I'd like to call to order the Westerly Town Council meeting, regular meeting for August 17th, 2026. All councils are here except for Vice President Shalaba and Councilor Aiello. First on the agenda is invocation with Councilor LaPetra.
Lord, grant us the wisdom to make good decisions tonight. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Nice short prayer, Counselor. Recognitions, awards, and memorials, there are none. Presentations, there are none. We'll go right into citizens' comments. In this case, citizens' comments is only to agenda items. There's a second citizens' comments at the end of the meeting that any comment can be held, but for the first citizens' comments, it's only agenda item. If citizens will have 5 minutes to speak. We ask that you come and state your name and address. We have a sign-up sheet for the initial people. First is Lisa Ferraro from 8 Newell Terrace regarding short-term rentals.
Good evening. I respectfully request this council to think through 3 key areas prior to considering the proposal affecting the short-term rentals. First, it would be good to understand what the exact issue is that this proposal is attempting to address. I've read in a couple of different articles that it includes how a neighborhood feels and affordable housing. It would be good to understand what the exact issue is and the data supporting this. For your short-term rental listing that was attached to materials, there are 222 short-term rentals. You're proposing to allow 120 of those. Your disallowance rate is 46%. To compare that to Narragansett, which pushed through a proposal to reduce from 1,100 down to 900, their disallowance rate was 15%. To put this into further numbers, as a percentage of housing units in Westerly of 9,028, you're saying that 1% of the short-term rentals are causing whatever issue it is that is resulting in this proposed amendment. It would be good to understand based on what facts exactly, and are there other factors affecting this issue and concern? For example, Westerly's median age of house ownership here is 50 years, which is above the state average of 37. This is a result of private property sales, and unfortunately, the town is not in a position to control who can buy and sell private property. The second point has to do with the proposed area and fair and even treatment of all taxpayers in Westerly. It would be good to understand the distinction between the high-density residential 10 zoning that's allowed and all other residential zoning types to understand why high-density residential 10 is the only one that's suitable for short-term rental. What facts or data is this based on exactly? At the summer workshop last year on this matter, this virtually same delineation of south of the shore road was indicated as being an arbitrary delineation. It would be good to understand why the delineation is what it is. I'm part of the Mesquamaket Fire District, and I'm being treated differently than other members of the Musquamacut Fire District, my neighbors who are 50 yards away from my house. Please don't tell me that this is part of the historic short-term rental just south of the Shore Road. I grew up in this town. And please don't tell me that 101 short-term rentals is just a start and any result is good. It's very hard to hear from the council that has a duty of care and responsibility to all residents in this town, including taxpayers who will have their private property rights curtailed under this proposal. My last point is to learn from others. In Narragansett, as I had mentioned before, they're attempting a reduction rate of about 18% of short-term rentals. The outcomes so far, dark houses, houses that are left uninhabited for 8 or 9 months of the year. And who suffers are the local businesses. Mom and pop landlords, small local property owners who depend on summer income to afford their property taxes were hit hard by this proposal, and legal challenges. Their proposed ordinance immediately triggered new lawsuits in Superior Court over municipal authority and property rights. Similar legislation or proposals being challenged in Newport, and in Nantucket, it was overturned. I respectfully request that this council consider what's happening in some other areas. Maybe you want to see what their results are. Are they getting any benefit that they're intending with their proposed amendments? Thank you.
Thank you. Next is James Wolfe.
Greetings, Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the Town Council. My name is James Wolfe. I am a citizen of Westerly, a proud military veteran, a member of the 250 Commission, and a member of the Sons of the American Revolution. I wanted to provide you with an overview of a proposed Westerly 250 commemorative bench project that we are working on, which is designed to honor the nearly 300 Revolutionary War patriots from Westerly who answered the call of American independence. These patriots were either born here, died here, drew a pension. They have some connection to Westerly, and there are nearly 300 of them. The list is the best list that Westerly has, and it was derived from multiple sources. My good friend Larry Hunter, who's a historic cemetery preservationist, he had a small list. Another friend of mine, Pete Ogle, who worked on the Neighbor Day project, he had a small list that he was working with the Sons of the American Revolution. I took their list, went to the library, did further research, and there are nearly 300 patriots from this town who answered the call. There is not one single tribute or memorial for Revolutionary War patriots. So as part of the Westerly's commemoration of America's 250th anniversary, the Westerly 250 Commission has discussed several locations for a permanent placement of this memorial bench. The locations that we are thinking about are Wilcox Park, right across the street, which will be a fabulous location. The VFW location down on Beach Street. The Westerly Armory would be a fabulous location for this. There are other locations, Bradford Park, the town owns some property there. But I believe that it would be especially a meaningful and appropriate setting for a formal memorial honoring Westerly's Revolutionary War patriots. There is not one final location established yet. We're still looking at all these locations, but we want it in the heart of Westerly, somewhere close to the heart here. Our goal would be to have the bench completed and installed in time for the Memorial Day or the Veterans Day parade that we have here in town. The parade ends at the Armory. It will be a terrific day. We have a lot of people in town. Everybody will end up at the Armory, so we'll have them all here. I believe that Veterans Day would provide an exceptional opportunity for this formal dedication. With Westerly's Veterans Day Parade concluding at the Armory, like I said, be followed by additional ceremonies and activities. We could do them inside on an inclement day, or we could bring an already significant day to a fitting conclusion with an official unveiling and dedication of the Westerly 250 commemorative bench. Such a ceremony would bring together veterans, families, community leaders, residents, and descendants of those who have served our country. More importantly, it would create a meaningful connection between the military service we honor today and the nearly 300 Westerly patriots whose courage and sacrifice helped establish the United States of America 250 years ago. This bench would be more than a commemorative feature. It would be a permanent and visible reminder to future generations that Westerly answered the call during the struggle of American independence, and that the service of those patriots continues to be remembered and honored by the community they helped shape. I look forward to presenting the concept and the latest renderings of the bench, which you all have in front of you in this packet here. If you would like to look at the first one. This is a bench that is currently in stock. We have this at with Rich Brooks down at Buzzy Memorial. That's what the bench looks like. It is a serviceable bench, a very functional bench. The second page is a template of the names, at least half of the names that are on the back of the front of the bench, along with the logo on the back of the seating area where it says Westerly Revolutionary War Patriots. The third picture is a view of the back of the bench where the remainder of the names are posted. So we wanted to put a template on this to see if it would fit all the names, and they do. Now, the last one, I know it's going to be your favorite, and you can make it your screensaver, but this is a bench project that I did back in March with the Sons of the American Revolution. On this particular bench, we only had 114 patriots from a small county in Kentucky, but it works and it looks beautiful. And in this particular event, this was in rural Kentucky.
Jim, we need to keep moving. I appreciate what you updated us. If you
20
wanna
seconds.
quickly summarize.
20 seconds. Yeah, I was just going to. But this made significant press in a very rural county in Kentucky. And I think it would do a tremendous job here in Westerly. It'd be overwhelming support. And that's what I'm asking for from you, is your consideration and for your continued commitment of honoring the men and women who served such an important part of Westerly's history. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next on the list is Donna Parsinia. Short-term rentals.
Hi, my name is Donna Parsonen. I live at 37 Habersham Road, Westerly, Rhode Island. That's where has been my Westerly residence since 1974. Once again, I want to make my introduction the same as it was the last two times I spoke here. What is the goal of the short-term rental regulation? Does the regulation for the short-term rental that's proposed help reach this goal? And if so, is it as narrow as possible to reach that goal? We must bear in mind that the United States Constitution in Amendments 1, 3, 4, and 5 protects property and privacy rights. And so now on to a little bit new stuff. This is like Groundhog Day. As soon as the weather gets warm, here we are again. In 2021, the first short-term rental ordinance was created with a $50 registration. Okay, that's fair. Then the town came up with the idea, oh, we need a study. What did that cost? $80,000 or something like that? The next thing was, The study with the plan to ban short-term rentals anywhere above Shore Road didn't get through, but, oh, quick, we'll change the fee from 50 to 500. That happened in 24. And at the same time, they said, oh, we need to increase it to cover the cost of $30,000 for a computer program. So originally 350 short-term rental at 50, that was $17,500. Fee increased to 500 times 350, that's $175,000 to cover a $30,000 cost. So now here we have 2026. All of a sudden, there's a short-term work group composed of Dylan LaPetra, Alexander Healy, Michael Niebuhr, and Sean Lacey, all people who have expressly said in town council meetings, I hate short-term rentals, or I am strongly opposed to them. Sounds like a fair short-term rental work group. And in that short-term rental work group, they came up with a proposal to allow short-term home rentals only in a privileged area, high-density residential 10, Shore Commercial General, which includes the newly purchased Haversham Tavern area with 16 acres by the Boulogne family, Shore Commercial Watch Hill, which is a speck down by the carousel in Watch Hill. So page 2, data. I would like from the town council, before they make any more deliberations on banning whole home short-term rentals, data. We really need data. I've been asking for data each time I've come here to speak. This is getting tiring, this Groundhog Day each year when it gets warm. So I looked up a bit of data. Westerly has a strong acceleration in population. This is from the World Population Review, Westerly, Rhode Island, 2026. We've gone from, in 2017, 17.3 thousand to 2026, 18.7. Also, we have school enrollment slightly increasing. This is from RIDE, Rhode Island Department of Education, 2025-26, 30.8% increase. Vacancy rate in housing is 19.80%. This is from the 2025 Integrated Housing Report, Rhode Island Executive Office of Housing, April 15th, 2025. And as Lisa said, the average age is old in Westerly at 52.2. This is from the US Census Bureau data. So I would like you all to produce your data. I've seen data. I also looked on AirDNA for Westerly as of August 2026. Score equals 46, which is equal to a F. Is that enticing for investors? No. Why? Westerly has relatively high home prices. And our tourism season is extremely short, mostly being June, July, and August. So I don't see the investors running here. AirDNA also says, the last time I looked at it, they said around 350 in 2024. Now there are 325 listings. So drop in listings. Next point, an extra point.
We've gone over the 5-minute mark, President.
We let other
If you
people
could-
go over, just if you can wrap it up.
If you
that
could
would be
wrap
great.
up a bit, just.
Okay, well, I have an extra point that's particularly interesting. Dylan LaPetra, I think you have a conflict of interest in that privileged area of the high density zone 10. Your mother, Patty Grills LaPetra, owns property at 51 Salt Pond Way.
Point of order. I really don't.
I
think
would
that we
say
should
you
be
should
doing this.
recuse
You've
yourself.
gone
from the
over your time.
short-term
We cannot
rentals.
allow everybody to go over their time, and we do not need to be
But
slandering
say,
things that we don't know. Mr. President?
All right,
said-
point well taken. Please wrap up your
okay,
presentation.
I'll wrap it up with
Pos-
the one last point regarding Dylan LaPetra.
I-
You constantly yell that we need housing. Well, you have a unit at a whole beautiful house at 26 Newton Avenue. I looked on the tax records. You've owned that for 16 years. It's been sitting there falling apart. It has 3 units near
This is not pertinent to what the short-term rental issues are.
Westerly needs housing. He has 5 units.
Okay,
that could be housing.
thank you. Appreciate your thoughts and your questions are all raised here. We're not answering the.
Or I'd like to
yet.
just say a point of privilege. since my
We're
name
not,
was
we're not
mentioned.
answering the public just yet.
No, point of privilege, my name was mentioned. I just want to say that,
We're all mentioned at every time.
I'm gonna just, real quick, because she talked about my mother. My mother would dig out her eyes before she would ever rent her house out for a short-term rental. Want to know why? Want to know why? Because she's not greedy. She's not
All right,
greedy like
here we
you.
go. Here we go. Let's try to keep the meeting going with the public. This is their chance to speak. We'll have our chance after this. Next is Michael Shorchuk regarding short-term rentals.
Hello, my name is Michael J. Shawchuck, 148 Winterport Road. And that's just north of Shore Road. And I was here last year, this meeting, and they wanted to set up a workshop. But I thought that was going to be open to the public to set up this workshop, which I didn't see that it was. And I just, what's these districts we're talking about? I don't understand what the districts are for the short-term rentals. Did the workshop come up with these districts or, I don't understand that.
That we're part of this is part of the workshop. We have not held a private workshop.
Okay. Was 148 Winterborg Road, a third of a mile north of Shore Road? Is that going to be banned for short-term rentals?
Yeah, we're deliberating here and we're allowing this section to be for the public to speak. And it's not a dialogue back and forth as a
Right.
workshop normally is, I
Yeah.
guess, but.
Well, I'm a very good speaker, but this is my 3rd year doing the Airbnb and it's just in the summertime. And the people that I had stay at my place, they love the area. They want to come back to it. So to me, short-term rental is working for me. I'm an empty nester. I'm 72 years old and I enjoy doing it. I have 2 separate entrances and, I just hope it doesn't affect me or other people that need it. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Moving to the next person is L. Grimes for short-term rentals.
Hi, my name is Linda Grimes. I'd like to just comment that this gentleman that just spoke is at home, he is renting his part of his home. So it's a little bit different. I've been a homeowner in Westerly for 24 years and an owner occupied Airbnb host for 11. I live in my home and my Airbnb is part of my home. The income has allowed me to remain in my home and maintain my property. I'm not operating an investment property or taking an entire house off the year-round housing market. I respectfully ask the council to distinguish between owner-occupied and homes that are Airbnb or short-term rentals and ones that are owned commercially. Please don't adopt a one-size-fits-all restriction that would harm homeowners like me who depend on this income, like this gentleman. I'm 80 years old and I need the income. I've been a responsible host for 11 years and I carefully monitor my guests' noise, pets, and overall impact on my neighbors. I hope the council will consider people like me when developing any new ordinance. The other point is if it does swing in a way that doesn't work for me, am I grandfathered in because I've been doing it for so long? Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the sign-up sheet. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to speak about an agenda item? Please come forward.
Hi, Rachel Jones, 9 Woodland Ave, Westerly. Thank you to everybody that stood up and talked about the short-term rental. I didn't even know about this meeting until 2 days ago, so I'm grossly unprepared, but I did just want to make a point that we purchased our Airbnb last May, not of 2025. My husband and I purchased it because we have 4 children, 1 in college, a 2-for-1, twins, and then a daughter that's 13 months older than them. And we looked at it as an investment for them and for their future. And we looked at it as an investment for them and for their future when the time comes for them to go to college, need to drive and afford inflation and how expensive everything is becoming. We are actually here this week. We've been here for 2 weeks. We hosted family. We vet all of our renters that we have. We have a welcome guide that supports all the businesses in Westerly that we recommend. I use a local Westerly house cleaner. We're giving back to the economy here in Westerly by owning this property. We also have not as long as like a 6-month or a 12-month rental, but we've had 1 month, 2 month, people that are here working for Electric Boat, people that are here for the military. I have a new tenant coming in only for a couple of months in September that's on a contract for the Department of Defense. So we're housing good people and we're providing housing for people that need it. So I think this really needs to be considered. And my question would be, what is the driving force behind this decision? Is it disruption? Is it owners that aren't caring for their properties? Because I can say we have invested a lot of money into the property that we purchased only a short time ago because we treat it like it is our home. And I think that should also be considered before making such a rash decision. Thank you.
Could you say your address again?
9 Woodland
Wood-
Ave.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to speak at this time? Please come forward and state your name and address.
Hello, my name is John Griggs. Good evening. I am not a native of Rhode Island.
State
the
your
address.
address, please.
104 White Rock. And while I'm not a native of Rhode Island, I have been renting here for almost a decade, and it is very hard to find affordable housing in our area due to the short-term renting. And I think we should focus more on the people that live here rather than the people that come and visit. I understand that many of those people contribute a lot to our economy, and you may use local amenities to upgrade your short-term rentals. However, there's some of us here that want to stay here that can't afford it and can't afford even regular rentals because of the inflation of the rentals and the housing market. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak on the agenda items? Please come forward.
Jake Malik, 3 Ananias Ave, Westerly. 3 Ananias, Westerly. We're in Malik Real Estate in downtown Westerly as well. I also didn't know about this meeting. I'm kind of shooting from the hip here. I just found out my wife and I, we do own one Airbnb that we use ourselves to live in part of the year to rent out. To be honest with you, we live in a very expensive town, like most people have kind of mentioned. As one of maybe the younger people in the audience, it's kind of the only way that we would be able to afford a home in the area is renting it out part-time and using it for our own personal use. But at the same time, like, was previously mentioned, the people that are staying in the house, we haven't had any complaints. We're pretty on top of it. And to be honest, they're utilizing, a lot of the restaurants and places downtown. We have a pretty extensive guide list too that we try to point people to local businesses, support coffee shops, restaurants, and everything else like that. I do understand the point of, I think it's kind of a tricky thing to navigate of, do you just chop it off? Do you limit it? Do you put restrictions on it? But I think a lot of us here are in the position where we're own, maybe one or two. I don't think that this is the type of situation where we have investors scooping up houses and just turning them into rentals. I think, something that we could look at is if are going to be some kind of restriction on it, maybe either needs to be personally owned, maybe limiting the number of short-term rentals that a single individual could own, and maybe restricting that to owning them yourself and not, a corporation owning several. I think that I'd been to a previous meeting in Stonington, just because we do real estate, not because of any other particular reason, but, and they had talked about maybe just capping the number, because if we found that it started to get out of control, or incentivizing home builders. As somebody that's in real estate, I don't think it's as much a problem, the Airbnb, as much as nobody's building in Westerly. And the houses that we're building are either, significantly more expensive than a first-time home buyer could afford, or the type of housing that, had been mentioned. People are either building luxury condos, or they're building houses that are upwards of $750,000. So if it's a matter of putting homes back on the market, I do think if there was a way to maybe incentivize home builders to build something that's, a little bit more first-time home buyer friendly, I think that could be an option. Again, I'm not an expert on it. I didn't really know anything about this meeting, just wanted to give my 2 cents. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak at this time about any agenda item? Seeing none, we'll move on in the agenda to a councilor's response. Councilor Healy.
Thank you all for coming out. I am going to do a fast round because we will have time to talk about this in the actual agenda item. For an update, we have 442 short-term rentals. Short-term rentals are categorized as less than 28 days. I talked about only having people and not corporations, but a lot of people put their stuff under LLC for insurance purposes. So I had pushback on that. Let's see, the population, we are not increasing. We are decreasing hardcore. Our school system, the biggest pushback that I get when it comes to budgeting for our schools is that we are losing people, which is part of the reason for the first question of why are we doing this? That's the answer for me. That's one of the biggest ones, is our population is dwindling. Our families are moving out, and we have to have a place for our elderly to be able to afford. These properties, which is a handful of properties, will bring us to the next step when it comes to year-round housing. And then just as a blank statement, if it is owner occupied, if you live in your house and are subletting a part, if you live on the property, if you are there, nothing changes. Nothing changes. Doesn't matter what line you live above, below, or in between. Nothing changes for owner occupied short-term rentals. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councilors? Councilor Vandover?
I'll start with a happy point. Mr. Wolf, thank you for all your work on this commemorative bench. I was in the VA meeting, and when you presented it to them, and they were thrilled with it. You have my gratitude and my approval of this proposal for the memorial bench. I'd like to see it at the Armory so you can see both the back and the front sides of the memorial from the street on either side. I think that's a great idea and a great site. You could see the back of the bench with the additional names on it. So thank you for that, and you definitely have my support on that. And short-term rentals, we will be discussing these at length. As you all know, I am not for these short-term rentals being eradicated. I don't believe that the town should be able to tell you what you can and cannot do with your property. Donna, what is the goal? That's a good question. Since it's Councilor LaPeacha's idea, we will let him answer that question. I wanted this discussed with the whole council to have a workshop on this issue, and I was told no. So I did definitely try to get it so that it was out in the public eye. Yeah, I would have to agree with you. There is a bit of a conflict of interest there with three counselors that are for to get rid of short-term rentals across the board. Linda, you will be grandfathered in, I believe, if you are already a current short-term rental facility. Jake, unfortunately, we can't tell people who can and cannot buy here. You're in the real estate business, so am I. It is what it is as far as that goes. Short-term rentals, we are a tourist town. Like it or not, I'm sorry, that's what we are. So it appears that we are also only looking at this from one angle and it's not your angle. And I think that we should be doing a workshop with the people that this is going to affect the most. You should be involved in making some of these decisions, if any decisions are made at all. I thank you all for coming out and speaking out for your rights. And we will discuss this more at a later into the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Councilor Aiello?
Thank you.
Let's keep order.
Mr. Wolf, I'm in full support of the bench you were talking about, of the places you mentioned. I think the Armory is probably the most fitting tribute for it, but, I believe the Rules of Honor Committee also supported that. There's a letter attached to the agenda for that. But I'm in full support of that. And short-term rentals, we'll be talking about it a little bit more, but just to reiterate, owner occupied locations is not going to change. Whether or not fines or fees get altered, that's a different question. We'll cover that. But as far as restricting owner occupied, there's not any discussion that I'm aware of to touch any of that anywhere in town. The other one is, and as far as I'm aware, through all these conversations that we've had over the past few years, it's about trying to raise the housing stock or make more housing stock available for the people who want to live here year round. And it was mentioned about the cost of renting, cost of buying, cost of building. Yeah, everything's gone up, and demographics. It's a multi-pronged situation. Because if you have the housing, people also need the income for that housing. And so we need good paying jobs, either self-employment or employment for people with jobs. You need good paying jobs so that people can afford to live here. And I'm not saying living in, $1 million, $2 million homes. I don't, and I don't really have any desire to. I live in the home that my parents built, and to build it today, I probably wouldn't be able to afford it. So I understand. And just trying to come up with a part of the solution. I mean, this isn't going to solve everything. But I think we need to get a handle somewhat on short-term rentals. And I do realize that there are a lot of good owners that do take good care of their properties and invest the money in the buildings and grounds and such like that. And so it is a balancing act. So how do we do this? Do people keep buying up homes and taking them off the market and just full-time renting them? I mean, that's all they're doing is full-time renting. Some people buy them for family, future, or some people buy something now and in the hopes of retiring here. And I met a few people like that. And so it's a balancing act, and it'll be interesting to see how this goes. Nothing's getting approved tonight. This is discussion. Fine with a workshop, a more open an actual workshop and not just an agenda item on a town council meeting, because you don't really have that dialogue that you want with the public. I'm supportive of doing that. I was before and I will be again. So again, thank you for all the input. Thank you for the emails. Thank you for standing at that podium and talking. I know it's not the easiest thing in the world to do and taking time out of your schedule. So thank you again.
Anyone else like to speak? Council Niemeyer?
I'll start by thanking Mr. Wolf for all of his work on the bench. I know you've been working on it for quite some time. I'm in full support of it, and I appreciate everything you've done on the 250th Commission. Thank you. Regarding your comments, Ms. Grimes, other councilors have said it, but there's no one talking about restricting owner-occupied house, short-term rentals at all. Those are going to be left completely as they are. With regards to why those three districts, zoning districts were chosen, it's because there was a real cluster of short-term rentals in those areas that seemed to be where they were preferred, where the market was naturally clustering them. However, I think we've heard the public's, pushback on how restrictive those three zoning districts were and are looking into an expansion beyond them if we were to move forward with anything. But again, thank you all for coming. I appreciate everything, everyone coming out and talking tonight.
Anyone else like to speak? Seeing that, I'll just conclude. I'm also in favor of the bench, Mr. Wolf, and its location at the Armory seems like the best for prominence and access to see that. So that was a great idea that your committee has put forward. As far as short-term rental, I'm going to start with the workshops. We had workshops last summer, and this I would equate with a workshop. If you look at our council rules, we have to have the same order of citizens' comments. If it's called workshop or regular meeting, you still have to have citizens' comments, input from the citizens, and different ideas. And if more than four councilors if four more councilors get together, it's a public meeting regulated by the Open Meetings Act. So the councilors that are sitting with me tonight, they know what the law is. They know that this is really how our hands are somewhat tied on that. But my intention was to have a light agenda so that we do have more of a discussion on short-term rental houses. And if there is input as you hear different alternatives being brought forward, we can open up the mic again and have more public comment on that. But we did have a comment a couple of weeks ago, and it was very limited in where short-term rentals were being proposed. And it was, I had thought there was a shoreline component with the majority of people that spoke last year that wanted to continue those areas to allow for short-term rentals. The alternative to have a hosted, as Councilor Healy has said, a hosted where it's owner occupied and there's a room within the building that allows for short-term rentals. That was put out there as being allowed everywhere without discussion with a working group, we'll call them, that suggested that, and that seemed to make sense to a lot of people that came to the podium. So, I mean, I think that's in a positive direction. Expanding it along the shoreline, I think that should be discussed. I know we have some correspondence that's vehemently against that, but that's why we're having these meetings. What is the most appropriate? And what are the goals? I think we heard it from Councilor Healy to provide for long-term housing for long-term residents. And I would also add to remove an incentive to take houses off the market because the price of the house would be much higher because you can rent it at a hotel rate, a commercial rate, rather than as a residential growing a family rate. So I think that is important to note. More data on short-term rentals. The manager has given us locations of where the short-term rentals are and how they're owned and all, and that'll come up more with discussion with the town manager. So we can provide that. I believe it is already on a link to the agenda, but we can provide more discussion on that. So appreciate everyone coming tonight and talking about short-term rentals in particular and moving different alternatives forward. And I look forward to more study on the potential issue. That concludes the citizens' comments and council's response. Moving quickly now to consent calendar. Item 5A, approval of minutes regular of 7/13/26. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve?
Second?
I'll second that, but I have a correction that I did find. I was, item 8D, to waive the 9, you put AM instead of PM curfew. That's the only thing I could find. Did you? It's here. Yeah, so that's the only thing I will, make the motion to second that with the correction.
Motion made and seconded by Council Van Dover. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Minutes are approved. Regular minutes are approved. Approval of executive minutes, 7/13/26 that are sealed. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve?
Second?
Motion made and seconded. Discussion. All,
Yes. I'll be abstaining for the same reason as prior stated.
Yeah, I'm gonna abstain, for the record as well, and, I think it's past the time to say that all executive session materials and minutes should be made available to all councils at their house. For the
Aye.
record.
For the record, I agree with Counselor LaPetra. I think executive session is getting a little old. I'm going to also be abstaining on this. I think that the public should know what we're doing. And so I'm going to abstain as well.
for discussion, this is with regards to the lawsuit with Napatri Point and the protection of the town's access to the Spitter land. Do I have a motion to continue this?
A motion to continue? Well, I'm sorry. Do you want me to remove
Remove your motion to
my
approve?
motion and then are we going to have to continue this or do we just let it be?
You don't want to consider the adoption of them. is
It's
it?
not gonna happen.
Oh, that's right. Okay. I would just,
They're abstaining.
Oh, okay.
Since the,
If they're all
well,
abstaining.
since the town manager advises of that, maybe me, Bill, and Rose will vote no. Want to try that? No, I don't care. I'll
Do
abstain.
that.
I'm just kidding.
Okay.
The reason for the abstention is because we don't get the information ahead of time to read. So I've been abstaining for the past 2 years.
Discussion, any further?
No.
All in favor of the approval of the minutes of 7/13/26?
Aye.
Aye. Vote is 3-0. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Moving on to item 5B, fiscal matters, resolution authorizing the addition to the tax rolls of $10,031.41. 5B2, resolution authorizing the deletion to the tax rolls of $60,669.52. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve?
Second?
Motion to approve the resolution, second by Councilor Niemeyer.
Discussion, I have a
Discussion.
question. Yeah. I'm just not understanding what database error means. So on the,
Wait,
August-
donations, Rose. It's the next one. That's the next one.
oh, I'm sorry. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Any other discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolutions are approved. Next, resignations.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Did you do, I thought you did that separately. Did you do 5B1 and then we're gonna come back to 5B2?
I did both of them together.
Oh,
then so my
then I stand corrected then.
So I'm just curious what exactly that means, database error, what happened?
So I can just explain if it's okay.
Please.
Yeah, the explanation is when the tax rolls went out this year, there was 100, and I could have the number wrong, but to say 112 open building permits that were taxed at the full assessor value of the completion of the permit. So after the database, they realized the error in the database, it was corrected, so they had to credit that's the amount they're going to be charged at the end of their permit. This goes back to January, which some of them are already at the full completion, so we're getting the money. So it's credited back to January and then we'll get it back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Continuing to 5C, resignations and appointments, resignations of Jessica Johnson, Concerts on the Beach.
Do you want me to?
Go ahead, Councilor Healy, I stole you.
It's okay. I just, the resignations, I'll do them both together with much regret. Jessica Johnson for Concerts on the Beach, and Daniel King for Harbor Management Commission.
All in favor of accepting with regrets?
Aye.
Any
Ma-
opposed?
Sorry, I didn't hear who made the motion, who made the second.
Counselor Healy?
I just read it in
Oh,
its
Did you make a
resignation.
motion? Make a motion.
That was my motion, yeah.
All right.
I'll second that.
All right.
Motion made second by Counselor Vandover and thirded by Counselor Yellow.
Mr. President, can I just say something? I've worked with both Jessica and Dan, Jessica on Concerts on the Beach, and she's the person that holds the glue together in that committee. I'm very, very sorry to see her go, and I'm happy for her because she's getting on with her life. So I congratulate her, but she will be greatly missed. I hope we can find someone as qualified to replace her truly. And as far as Dan goes, again, another patriot. He's a veteran, and he just has put so much effort into in all the boards that he's been in, and I just want to say a heartfelt thank you, and we will miss you. You've been such a huge contributor to everything that gets done in this town, and I do feel we are going to feel a loss with the loss of these two, but I wish them the very, very best, and thank you for your service to this town.
I believe Mr. King is going to remain in town. He's just getting.
He is, but he's gonna-
Management.
Yeah.
And I've served in the last year on the harbor management as a liaison, and he's certainly one of a great protectors of access to the coast, so we're going to miss him. All in favor of accepting the resignations with regret?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Thank you both. Moving now to town council liaison appointments. Councilor Shalaber had asked to be removed from the appointments committee. With that, I will replace Councilor Shalaber with myself. I'll join Rose and Councilor Vandover and Councilor Healy on the appointments committee.
Welcome, Chris.
Up until November. Public hearings, there are none. Unfinished business. Moving back to item 7A, short-term rental resignation ordinance discussion and possible action. This is mainly a continued review of a possible ordinance that would take review by the town council, direction by the town council, direction to the solicitor coming up with a draft, and then the draft being put forward to the council again with the public having input on every single meeting that we discuss this on. So I appreciate the public being here tonight, and I look forward to hearing what changes there are.
Mr. President, the manager is
Councilor Pizzo.
indicating that it would be best to take a 5-minute recess, so I believe we could set up some charts and whatnot. So-
Okay,
I'll second the recess.
now in a 5-minute recess. We all set, Sean? We call the recess over. The managers handed out a few maps. Most of these they're on the back table, but if you want to describe them, the zoning map is what is on the screen presently. There's no change to the town zoning map. The other maps are illustrative where the short-term rentals are existing. There's one that shows it existing across the town, another existing across the zoning designations. Sean, you had provided, and it's on the web, the July 2026 map that shows the entire town, and it has zoning, no zoning, but it shows locations of short-term rentals. I just don't want to fool the public or think that we're seeing something different or unusual. This is the exact same data in a better format.
I can explain what was passed out. So you have an updated short-term rental list. Is different than, so you had two lists. The list we were going off before. So there were two lists. We have an active list of registered short-term rentals, which are 442 properties. If you go on our website we use to monitor them, you might see 330 active properties. What that means, that would have been the first list you had. 330 means there's 330 active registered short-term rentals live on the site. In other words, they're through either ARBO or Airbnb. They're actively listed for rent. The difference between those, say it's 70, 80, are properties that are registered but currently not actively listed. So if somebody was to rent theirs for 3 months, they might pull it off the rental site. So there's two different numbers. So the active short-term rentals are around the 442. We have 442 registered short-term rentals in property. We have about 8 currently as of today. I updated all these today that are that did not register, had registered in the past, did not register. However, they have multiple rentals this summer. So we are now putting them in violation, notifying them there's 8 properties in town currently in that status. So really it'd bring you to 450 if they, most of the time they'll actively register because they've already rented. We know that. So that's the updated rental list. It shows you the zoning area they're in, property owner, property address. The previous list had, example, like a Stanton Realty listed for 60 or so properties because they're the management company. This list, we put the owners in. So it's not listed as Stanton Realty, the property management owner. The individual registered owners are listed here. The second, one of the documents I gave you was the zoning regulations, just to show you what type of properties are associated with that map that's up on the screen. You have a big zoning map at the request of Council Aiello, so you can see the areas. So then the 2 new documents, I printed you and updated as of today with the circles on it. Those are all the short-term registered rental properties, not actively listed, registered, the 441 circles. And then the second one I printed out, we overlaid the circles onto the zoning map. So you can see what zones the circles fall in. It's not as big as the document of the zoning map you have, but it's something we threw together kind of close to the end of the day today. So those, we put copies on the back table if anyone wanted to see them, and you guys have them all. If there's continued meetings on this, we can certainly update the site to put all those on.
Yes,
I think
that's what we should
explains
do, just so that it's
Yep.
it's as clear as anything that we're looking at, so.
I gave you mine.
All right, so we left off last meeting with proposed locations for short-term rentals, and I know that there's been some more discussion based on the last meeting and this deliberation, so I'll open up to you, Councilor Niemeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we got started, as many of you know, looking at those particular 3 districts: high density residential 10, shore commercial Watch Hill, and shore commercial general. because, as I mentioned before, the market seemed to be clustering them in those places anyway. With the list that we were provided, even despite them constituting a very small percentage of the land area of town, they were half of all short-term rentals on the list that we were originally provided. And it looks like it's pretty consistent with this updated list as well. Now, one of the things we heard is, why aren't you treating like as like? For instance, why are areas that are in the same coastal village community that has practiced this for a very long time not being treated like other areas? And that is one of the shortcomings of a zoning-based approach. I believe there was someone who asked us why we chose those particular or what those zoning districts were. Those are our town zoning districts. They're already existent and they've already divided up the town into about a dozen and a half of them. So taking that into account and taking into account that those three might have been overly restrictive, we thought about how we could expand it out more. And what we were thinking is that the point of this is to preserve the character of neighborhoods and communities. And if the communities that have already been practicing this short-term rental for decades, if not more than a century, are the coastal villages, why not just do a coastal village overlay? Rather than do it based on zoning, why not create a new overlay that does it based on what communities as a whole have already been practicing it? So to that end, what we're starting to look at, and this is going to be a complicated process, it requires the input of the public. So what we're starting to look at is how we can define the coastal villages. There's already some approaches that we've started to look at. There's the census designated places, which some of the coastal villages have U.S. Census-based designations. There are, of course, the fire districts. There was the historic breaking up of the properties. One of them, I believe, Avondale started out as Lotteryville, a single property that was sort of broken out by lottery. So looking at the way these communities have developed, how different entities have defined them, and input from the public, I think the approach that we're going to start taking is that we're going to create a coastal village overlay by defining what the coastal villages are. And that's about where we are right now. Councilor Petra?
Mr. President?
Certainly.
All right, first I just want to say, we're all looking at a zoning map right now. And I just want to point out that as of today, going into this meeting, this ordinance has nothing to do with zoning. In fact, chapter 145 is entitled Housing Standards. You will not find the short-term rental ordinance under any of the Westerly zoning ordinances within the zoning ordinance. It fails to define, the zoning ordinance itself fails to define or regulate short-term rentals in any manner. And short-term rentals are neither identified as a category of use in the use table or anywhere elsewhere in the zoning ordinances, which means this is the inauguration ordinance as far as using zoning for short-term rentals. So that will play in later when we talk about conforming use and non-conforming use. And I have another point I want to make. We were asked, why are we doing this? Okay, so why are we doing this? Very simple. There's two things going on in this town right now. We have year-round affordable rent issue, and we have tourism. One of them, year-round affordable rent, we are failing miserably. Couldn't fail any worse than we are. Tourism, succeeding beyond our wildest imagination. Could not succeed anymore. You could put Sherman Tanks and Boom Bridge Road and Pawcatuck, all the Pawcatuck Bridge, and we would still be packed. Okay, you saw the weekend. You all went to the beach this weekend. Tell me how tourism will be impacted if for some reason short-term rentals were lessened in any way. I hear you ask us for data, and I'm going to ask you for data. Where is the data that says that tourism could possibly be affected if there was 100 or 200 less short-term rentals? It couldn't be. We're too big to fail in the tourism department, and that gets to the point of what is our town becoming. You know, I heard somebody say that school enrollment was up 30%. What they really meant to say was school enrollment is down 30% because our town is starting to look a lot like just a tourist community. We're no longer looking like a town. And that's what we're trying to change here. We're trying to give people a chance to live here year round. And a couple of people who have a second, third, fourth, fifth home may make a few thousand less a year. Maybe you make $30,000 less, but for the good of the community, for the good of keeping a community, keeping families here, keeping kids in school and not turning into a Myrtle Beach or something. I mean, is that what we really want to become? So this is the first step to try to save our town. And I believe strongly in it. And that's why I keep bringing this back. So, Mr. Nehemiah mentioned that there's also been a history, you know, in 100 years, we've always had them in Musquanicket. So we're not going to touch the history of short-term rentals. But you got to remember, for all those years in the 50s and 60s, we were a town first and tourism second, and now we flipped that narrative. So let's give ourselves a chance. Let's give this gentleman over here a chance to find an affordable rent, maybe another 100 houses on the market, and people like him. And that's what we're trying to do. Okay, so we'll get into the details later, but that's just the opening act. Okay.
Anyone else want to speak? Okay, so we have the location maps that are put out, and there's one map that has a lot more circles on it than the zoning map.
Same thing as the zoning map. We just overlaid it onto the zoning map. So you get a general idea of what,
I see a lot more circles on this map for some reason.
it's the same thing.
It's not though.
It's bigger.
You look at
It's-
Musquamacket, there's maybe a
because
dozen.
it's smaller in the previous one, so you have circles on top of circles, so.
So you're telling me. Whatever. Yeah, it looks like there's this disparaging. It's not consistent, but I'll let you guys look at it. So we've got areas where it's been historically utilized, and we've got this coastal overlay zone that's being discussed rather than just particular zones. So that means it wouldn't, if you go to HDR6, which we heard tonight, high density residential, those areas are in town as well. But that would by defining it by a coastal overlay, you're Councilor Niemeyer, you're saying that it just keeps it within the band of existing. Is that right?
That's right. Since what we're trying to do is based on the culture of different neighborhoods in the community, why not just define what those neighborhoods are with an overlay rather than try to piece it together like a puzzle piece with the zoning districts?
Okay. And across the town, you could have posted Airbnbs where the owner stays within that building. And
That's right. Those don't really seem to have any kind of, I mean, it's essentially like having a guest over. It doesn't really change the character in a meaningful way. Unlike having what is essentially a commercial activity take place within a area that's zoned as a neighborhood.
okay. So the location of where the acceptable zones are is going to be defined. It's not in front of us tonight.
That's right. I think we need to start the approach that I mentioned, which is a piecemeal approach. It's not something that's going to happen overnight, of trying to define what these communities are, what kind of borders are defined by different entities, and putting it together that way, rather than putting it together, like I said, puzzle pieces of zoning districts.
Okay. Councilor Van Dover, did you want to say something or?
Yeah, please, thank you. I'm having a little trouble. Is there SCG shoreline commercial general? The colors are so kind of close in color. I'm seeing MC Marine, which is really close to SCG. Can someone tell me,
I
are
believe-
these SC?
I believe the difference has hashes in them. They're similar colors, but some have dashes that go through the color.
Not for these two zones. They're solid. So the colors are really close. That's why I'm just having a little trouble. I'm trying to mark up my map.
So there's a cluster of SG1 down along along the coast, which is, that's the light blue. And then there's also a few little clusters along Route 1A. And that's where SCG is.
These pieces along the shoreline.
Right.
Okay, just want to make sure because it's, again, they're so close in color. It's hard to identify. Okay, good. So there are those. And then the SC Watch Hill, the only SC Watch Hill I see is here over in Apatry.
That's right. But
Am I
again,
right?
but again, we're not, I think we're moving away from the zoning approach. So these.
Right, but I just
Yeah.
want to make sure that I'm identifying
Yes,
this because of
yes, you-
legal non-conforming issues, et cetera.
You got-
Okay, so I did look up the definition for legal non-conforming so that we would have it here for our meeting. What is non-conforming use? Here, let's go back. Hold on one second. Come on. I knew I should have printed it out. Okay. Not going to cooperate now. Don't time me. This is too important. Basically, non-conforming use is when a property is already used for a specific reason and is allowed within that zone. And then the zoning changes. Okay? Then what happens is those properties should be, and in my experience as a real estate appraiser, which I've been doing for 38 years, is always turns into legal non-conforming. There are more legal non-conforming sites in the state of Rhode Island and Connecticut where I work than there are conforming. It's pretty shocking how many there are actually. With that being said, legal non-conforming means they're grandfathered in. Some towns have different rules, some different ordinances where they say, the town says, okay, well, if you stop using this property for that use for a certain amount of time, you can't do it. You have to go with the current zoning. Okay, so I'm just trying to educate how this works. The legal non-conforming use, I believe in this scenario, anybody that has a short-term rental at this point should not lose it. I get that there's a housing crisis and we won't even go down that rabbit hole about what I think of that. But there is housing that is needed and I agree with you on that. I agree with council and many people on that. However, to give you something and then take it away is what I have a problem with. And anybody that has a short-term rental should be able to keep that short-term rental. We already gave it to them. How do we take it away? And how do we pick who we're going to take it away from? I mean, this is not a cut and dry, this area, that area situation. This is so much more complicated than that. Again, we let them have them. If we didn't want short-term rentals, we should have never allowed them. We should have never created a database. We should have said, nope, you can't do it. But we have allowed it. So what do we do from here? How do we tell people that they can't have it any longer? I don't, again, with the legal non-conforming, we'll have lawsuits on our hands. People are not going to sit and say, hold on a second. You told us we could do this, now we can't. So that is a huge issue for me. Also, there's no way we can ram this stuff through. This is going to have to take a lot of thought, a lot of consideration, and a lot of input from a lot of different people. It's not so cut and dry. All right. Let's see. We need to do research and we definitely need to have a public hearing of some sort, in my opinion, to see what the majority wants. Because as far as I'm concerned, majority rules. If people come in and say, no way, no way. If people come in and say, no, we want to keep them, we should be able to keep them. And I agree with you there. But this is a very, very tricky situation. And also, there is no evidence of large corporations coming in here and buying up chunks of property. I'm just sitting here looking at the new list I got. It's just, it's not happening. There's no evidence to show that. Unless I'm reading it wrong, I see a lot of trusts, I see a lot of families. So that doesn't have a leg to stand on, okay? Also, some of our housing stock, and I'm gonna bring up an ugly conversation, some of the illegals that were allowed into this country have come over into our state, which is a sanctuary state, and have eaten up a ton of our real estate. Nobody talks about it because nobody wants to talk about it, but I'll talk about it, okay? It's part of the problem. It's not just one tiny, it's not just you short-term rental people. It's not. There's so much more to it. I see it, I work in it, I live in it, I get it. So for us to just go after one group of people, in my opinion, is wrong. So again, a lot of research needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Any councilors have anything to add? Councilor Aiello, you ready?
Partly, if somebody else wanted to go, but, couple things. First, just about every meeting, people mention fire districts. Fire district boundary lines have absolutely zero to do with this ordinance. Makes no difference. They're separate entities, and it's not even a consideration for this ordinance. And I mean, the council can have a more open workshop. We've done it before. We've had them for harbor management plans and such. So we can do that where we have more interaction with the public. You still come to the podium or the table and talk, but it's an opportunity that the council could ask questions and such like that. So there have been some workshops held like that. And it could be beneficial for a topic such as this. I've learned a little bit more over the past few years. Initially, when it first came out, I was in support of just south of Shore Road, keep it like it had been for decades. And there used to be a lot more cottage rentals, beach cottage rentals in Mesquamaket, but that's not necessarily the case anymore. There's more full-time residents, and as you can see by all the maps, the short-term rentals are all over town. Clustered in certain areas more than others, but they're basically all over town. So I'm struggling with this a little bit. I want to try and balance things as best I can. And I'm glad we're not voting on this tonight. And so I'm not sure if I'm more inclined to go townwide with something, or I'm kind of changing my mind on the South of Shore Road thing, because it's not like it had been in the past. If this was 50 years ago, probably not a problem, but it's not. Times have changed, and we're in an online world now too, so people can find anything anywhere, and so it's not just Westerly's just not a place where people have to come to visit to say, oh, what a great place, I want to buy something, you know, which has been the case for years. But now you can buy and sell online without even being there. So, and you can find properties. And of course, with all the social media, people are posting things, so you get to see areas, you learn about areas, our own networks. So it's a multifaceted issue. And there is no single solution, I don't think. At least I haven't heard a single solution to this. I do think overall, what would help Westerly is more employment opportunities with better pay, and the affordability issue, which people in many states are trying to deal with. So how do you do that? Bring an interest, and we can focus on, hopefully the Economic Development Commission is trying to focus on you know, the job markets, the job fairs, or reaching out to corporations and companies. And we have some availability of land here to, maybe not in Westerly, but close by, or maybe to encourage more employers to set up shop here. And how can we do that? Of course, Rhode Island isn't the best place in the world to try to start a business. Well, the loops you have to jump through. But I think if Westerly does its part, and we can encourage that, encourage more employment opportunities, encourage more businesses, higher paying jobs. There's plenty of summer jobs for people, but that's not going to sustain families through the year. And it's been talked about for years, for several years. So I'd like to see some action. People tout the Chamber of Commerce. Well, Chamber of Commerce, Economic Development Committee. Let's work on these businesses and get higher paying jobs in the area, in and around Westerly. And that will also have a ripple effect on people's ability to purchase homes and rent. You know, I've looked at some of the rent prices. It's unbelievable, crazy. And if anybody has the magic answer to solve all that, then please step up and tell us. So how do you do that? So we're trying to tackle one issue and go from there. So I just wanted to make it known that I'm leaning against an overlay, but I'm not quite sure which direction I want to go in. I've heard a lot of good stories from people who were trying to do right by their families and who are supportive of the town. And I haven't seen any corporations come in here tonight and say, I want to buy up 10 more homes. I wouldn't have much sympathy for that. But for people who want to bring their families here or who live here, but their job is somewhere else, but they can't live here full time yet. There's a lot of situations that we have to account for. And reading demographics on the youth and the elderly here. Now, when you have a big school bond, you have to do all this preparation. You have to do demographic studies and all that. You hire these companies to do all that. There are some issues, yes. Cost of rent, cost of housing, and you have kids who happen to go to college. Well, if they don't have a job to come back to, guess what? They're going to go somewhere else. So you don't have as many families staying together or able to stay together. And the trades, you have to go where the jobs are. And we don't have a lot of that in town. There's some, but I'd like to see more. And so how do we do this? Big question. I may have some more questions and comments after. Thank you for this time, Mr. President.
You're welcome. We haven't heard from the manager. Have you spoken? I'm sorry, Councilor Healy?
It's okay. I think it's everything that's been said, almost everything that's been said has been fair. We are tackling housing crisis from a lot of different angles. To say that this is the only angle that we as a council or this town as a whole is going to try to fix this and say that this is the only way, that's very false. We have a housing committee that's working really hard on it, actually. So there's that. I think at the end of all of this, it's really important for us to look at the big picture and notice that there is a really big importance on balance. Something that was said earlier is one size fits all. And I think something that we might all be able to agree on is there is no one size fits all for this. What is going to make one person happy is going to make one person very upset and vice versa. And I wish that that wasn't the case in literally everything that government does. But unfortunately, I don't see any way to continue on this path that we're at where one person is going to be happy and the other person's going to be happy from whatever side you're looking at this. When I look at it, I'm looking at it as preserving the character of the neighborhoods. I'm teaching my son how to drive, so I'm driving through a lot of neighborhoods right now that I normally really wouldn't, I don't have a reason to just drive through them. And we have amazing neighborhoods that are so good for kids, for elderly. They're safe for walking. They're wide enough for wheelchairs. There's plenty of room for basketball hoops. That is what I'm trying to preserve when I'm looking at things in the big picture, is to preserve that area for that residential space and not for a hotel space. I know that it makes people uncomfortable when I compare it to a hotel, but that's what it is in the grand scheme of it. There are other facets of this that we have been looking at as a whole, and this has been I do hope that everybody understands that this conversation is several years in the making. I only got here 2 years ago, so it was definitely one of my first priorities, and I've been working through it through that whole time. I think all of us have in the past 2 years, and I know that people that were on here previously, like Councilor Petra, goes back even further than that. So there is a lot of data that we have. We have a lot of data, and the data is showing us that the residents that are around these areas, I've spoken to them, they don't want the in and out, and that's okay. And there are going to be some neighbors that love the in and out. They're very extroverted people and they love having a boat in and out and parties. That's cool too. But those two people aren't going to be happy at the same time. And I think that's the thing that we need to honestly be set in, is that we have a lot to do. Tiny minuscule things that I've brought up, parking. I think if for every bedroom, there should be one parking spot, and that should have room for EMS as well. Obviously, if it's going to be run as a business and stuff, I do think that all of the inspections and everything, whether it's fire, any kind of inspections that would normally be needed for a hotel / business should be done here as well. In order to get a application or get approved, I think that we should be able to request the certificate of payment of taxes. That should be a no-brainer. The best thing that we can look at right now is Newport. They have put out extremely detailed and legal ways to go about this that won't necessarily land us in court every 4 seconds. Are people going to push back on this? Yes, they are. But I walked into here and there was 3 lawsuits on my desk. So this isn't new for this town. There are a lot of ways that we can tweak this where it will keep the character. All of our tourism will happen. It's going to keep happening. However, we also need people to live here year round, to work here, to go to school here, to go do extra education as an adult in the education center. We need people at our senior center. We need people here working in Westerly. And that's where I'm coming from on this. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. I was gonna ask the town manager, Lacey, to have input on this. You put a lot of plans together that we're gonna put on the website so that people have access to them. But do you have any other data as far as complaints? I mean, we heard that from the podium. Is there? It's my understanding that there's not a lot of complaints.
No, when we first started this, I don't even know, 4 or 5 years ago, we did get several complaints. This year, as far as the management of the property and the condition of the property and the quality of people staying in the property, the different properties, not everyone. I mean, it only takes 10 complaints and you think you got a problem. But the short term, I mean, this isn't, obviously, I understand there's 3 sides to this, right? Everyone's got an opinion. This is a national problem. It's not just a problem in Westerly. This is a problem they're realizing all over the place, because why? Like Councilor Vandover said, you started this. You open the door, you let everyone do it. And now all of a sudden you think, oh boy, the impacts it's having on the overall community in the town. And then what do you do now to kind of try to pull it back and regulate it a little bit? The complaints that I get per se, we haven't, the management company part of it, because we put measures in place for the management side of it. You have to have a local management company. You can't have somebody that lives in Florida managing their property up here. You have to have someone to contact. That works. That's worked. We haven't had any issues. There's always somebody to reach out to contact if there's any issue with any property during any time. the complaints that I still get, and I have not gotten a lot this year, is the people that come into the community, they've bought a retirement home in a neighborhood. And when they buy the retirement home, they move in and they realize the house next to them is a short-term rental. And it changes every week. There's another group of people coming in every single week. And again, they've expressed not that the property is necessarily people on the property doing anything wrong, but when you vacation, you spend $8,000 on a house for a week, you're bringing all 15 members of your family in. And so you bring all the 15 members of the family in, you got 6, 7 cars in the driveway, they're cooking out every night, they're playing volleyball, they're playing music, they're staying out late, whatever, nothing that earth-shattering wrong, but it changes the entire dynamic of a neighborhood because now you're almost living next to a hotel because every week there's somebody new coming in. Completely different than long-term rental, 28 days or more. If you have a rental property next door that rents by the month, completely different. So I had people in my office in tears crying because they spent $800,000 on a house and now they're living next to what they call as a hotel that lives next door. Again, the person next door is not doing anything wrong. It's well within the confines of the law. And then the whole dynamics are coming into question at the state level and how do we regulate it? And we haven't, many communities haven't, either as Westerly. You have a 3-bedroom ranch and they're advertising a Sleeps 21 because they have 2 pull-out couches and the basement's finished. And they have a 3-bedroom septic system and you have 21 people staying there every week or 15 people, 15 showers a day, laundry, the water, the impact it has on the utility side of things. If you're not in the sewer district, if you are, the impact it has on the sewer district. I mean, we set our rates on the sewer and water side based on a residential meter, which is different than a commercial meter on usage of water, usage of sewage, what we're taking in. Huge difference if you have a 3-bedroom house, a family of 5, that 3 kids and a husband and wife, and they get up and go to work and school or whatever every day, as opposed to 15 people that go to the beach, take a shower in the morning, come back in the afternoon, now they're doing dinner. It changes the dynamic of things. It doesn't mean either of the way is wrong. You could if that's the way, the direction we want the town to go in, then that's fine too. But we have to put measures in place to make sure septic systems are expected, regulate the number of people that can stay in a particular residence based on a bedroom. We don't have any of that now, as well as none of us do. If you have a family of 5 and you invite your in-laws over, your cousins and nephews, you might have 12 people sleeping in your house this weekend. But that's for 1 or 2 days. That's not consistent every single week moving forward. So that's what changes the dynamic. The big question is asked, why are we looking at that? It's not to hurt anybody. There's people that did investments. One of the people talked about a property they bought for their kids' future. Well, they seem like they're renting it long-term, monthly. There's no regulation that you can certainly do that. You can do it and make the income coming in. It's just, there's far more measures we have to put in place if it's going to continue the way it is, or if everyone that's in it now gets grandfathered, and as to what we do as far as the uses of water, the sewage, the sewer system, septic systems, the inspections. Remember last time we talked about inspections, that we go in every year and re-inspect the house for life safety issues, fire systems, are the smoke detectors working? I got news for you. On residential properties, they do it once when you move in the property and you build it. Nobody ever checks that property again for smoke detectors, as far as if it meets all the regulations. If you're renting these things on a weekly basis, hotels are a lot different. They have annual inspections on all their systems in the hotel to make sure they're in compliance. Do we take these short-term rentals and make them do annual inspections to make sure they're up to snuff on all the life safety issues? There's a whole host of things outside of where you're going to limit these properties as to how we regulate them to make sure they're safe for everyone to use them. I mean, let's face it. Councilor Peter mentioned the beach. I mean, it's August. The beach was mobbed. It was sold out this past weekend. They're coming, whether you like it or not. The people are coming. That's a big benefit of Westerly. People love the beaches. They come in. They love the community, the restaurants. It's a good problem to have. But we have a responsibility on the public safety side to make sure the properties are safe, they're regulated correctly, and they're being used as you see fit in the zoning outlines and the regulations in town. And you're going to get people complaining on either side of it. I don't care which way you do it. I think if you honestly did a study on the town, and you're not going to get everyone here, you're going to find that most people are not in favor of a short-term rental next to their property. Their property that they're not. You're going to find that's where you get the complaints from. The neighbors complain. I even talked to you President, about the fact that somebody came in to talk about change the dynamic of a neighborhood. You rent every week to someone different. They bring their dog. It changes the entire dynamic of the neighborhood. You got another dog walking around the neighborhood? The other dogs in the neighborhood are having, they want to know who's going to the bathroom, what they're doing, barking, it changes the dynamic. It doesn't mean it's wrong. It just changes the dynamic of things, so.
No, that is a great story, about the dogs, but you're focused on what the neighborhoods are, what Councilor Healy said, preserving neighborhoods. That's in our comprehensive plan. That was one of the major things in 2020 when I was part of the revised comprehensive plan. That was one of the major things. The majority of people came out and they wanted their neighborhoods to be protected. They didn't want to lose them to overdevelopment, in this case, short-term rentals. It wasn't as a threat, I'll say 6 years ago. It seems to be much more of a threat as the market has shown that it's how lucrative these short-term rentals can be and how easy it is to find one and to rent it online. I don't know that that was available, back 10 years ago when we were starting the comprehensive plan and when we finally signed the comprehensive plan. Protecting neighborhoods was the major concern. And we recognized that there were some neighborhoods that did have short-term rentals. I don't know if that word is in the comprehensive plan, but the part-time rentals, they're recognized certainly in Mesquamaket. They're recognized in Avondale and Shelter Harbor to some lesser extent. So having it allowed, if you will, not hosted, but have outside short-term rental seems to make sense. Having a map of showing where they are and what historically has been used in the site, in the town rather, is something that we need to publish and make everyone aware, and then showing where the overlay is. I like Councilor Niemeyer's idea of a coastal overlay and having it allowed in those areas with a management company, with the yearly inspections for safety, with compliance with parking and septic regulations and all that would help assimilate into that neighborhood. I think is something that the council can ramp up and create an ordinance to do. So I like the direction this is going as one vote of the council. I think there's a little bit more that we have to do. We have to put this also out to the public so that they can have more of an input on this. And it's not always the majority of the people in the room. It's the majority of the people that voted us in here and that wanted to protect our neighborhoods. So that's something to be aware of as we're marching forward on this. I'm not going to put Solicitor Conley on the spot, but eventually we're going to need a ruling, in your legal opinion, on what the legal nonconforming rights are. I know you said at the last meeting that it can't be a bridge, but.
Well, Council Vandover correctly defined what a legal nonconforming use is. But that you need to apply that definition to the specifics of the ordinance and circumstances once the council finally decides what that ordinance will look like. And I think once the council decides what they want to do in terms of the ordinance, we can apply that definition to that ordinance, apply that definition to the current circumstances we have. If you impose an ordinance on that, and identify what the legal nonconforming rights are.
Okay.
At what
Councilor-
point should we also give additional things that we want you to look into? Should we talk about that in solicitor's request or?
No, you can do that.
Let's do it in this context if you could.
Yeah, you can do that now. I say this respectfully, there's a lot of ideas that have been talked about. Listening to all those ideas, I don't know exactly where the consensus lies. I don't think I could, in all honesty, I'd do my best.
No,
If you asked me tonight to draft an ordinance, but I don't know what that would look like as I listen to all these different ideas. I would ask for more direction from the council on what you want to see in an ordinance.
I have an idea what I want to see in an
You know.
ordinance if you want, if you, are we there yet?
Did you, before we go there, did you want to? Any other legal questions that you wanted to bring up? He's looking for our policy, and I think each of us should speak, but
I was just gonna say.
you
I
had
think-
questions. I don't want them to, be.
No, I just wanted to make sure that everything that is not, everything that we all are talking about, we kind of have an outline for our solicitor. Assistant solicitor Sarah O'Toole has already done fantastic work. I'd love for her to, even if it's just her work, if she doesn't want to be doing short-term rental, I can't blame her.
No,
But
yeah.
the
For
Newport
instance-
stuff.
For instance, as I listened to the discussion tonight, and thanks for the compliment to Sarah. I know that she covered that meeting with the team, and I appreciate that. Thank you. But for instance, in listening to the discussion tonight, I heard discussion about a coastal overlay district. I don't know that is sort of has a consensus from the council, and you want to see.
We haven't all agreed to it, but.
Right, right. And if you have a coastal overlay district, what are you looking for in it? In other words, what are your bullet point priorities to make sure that that coastal overlay district looks like what you are thinking about?
In all respect, it's gonna be a location then where.
Right.
These standards of care would be met.
Right. And I've heard comments about what I'll characterize as sort of regulatory guardrails on the short-term rentals that you would, embed in an overlay district, for instance. So I've listened to all of that. I don't feel like I have direction from the council on what you want me to do with all of that.
That's fine. That's fair. I was just, I didn't even want you to contribute if you
Yeah.
couldn't go through with a legal non-conforming use.
Yeah.
I was giving you the chance to write that. Because
Sure.
whatever you say is gonna have legal
Sure, so,
repercussions throughout the town.
as I said a moment ago, the legal definition that the Council of Andover shared with us is the correct definition of how something becomes a legal non-conforming use, right?
Okay, so you're gonna have to put that in
Right.
writing.
The underlying issues are what in Westerly right now is a permitted use. That use of a short-term rental, as we have defined it in our existing ordinance, is not a use identified in our zoning table or any of our zoning districts. We have an ordinance that provides that if a use does not appear in your zoning uses, that it's prohibited. There are a lot of cases, by cases I mean legal opinions, excuse me, that support those kind of ordinances. There are a few that don't. But in Rhode Island, the leading cases in those areas support that. If you have that ordinance, we do. Does registration in and of itself create a permitted use? That is a question that we're gonna have to answer. I mean, if you want me to give you a slam dunk, yes or no, black and white answer to that, I can't do that.
I didn't think you could either, so we'll wait for your written opinion.
Yeah.
So it sounds to me like finding out anything to do with non-conforming, that's at the bottom of the bucket. We have to start at the top and say, this is what is going to be added or removed from any zoning. So if one of the things that I mentioned earlier is parking. For each bedroom, one parking spot.
Right, I
So
heard
if
that.
we start up there, and then we can work our way down, perhaps in a working group or as the meetings progress, we can get to, because folks that might have it now might.
Right. But, you know, and I did it.
So glad that you're my lawyer. Ed,
No,
not
I
me.
heard that, and I heard that, and I heard some comments from the town manager as well about embedding, you know, reasonable regulatory standards within an overlay district or otherwise. You certainly have the ability with any zoning approach that you take to build into it rationally based regulatory parameters to it. What you can't do is you can't go so far with your regulations that you really make it impossible. That's inverse condemnation. But we have lots of examples. You don't have to look within our own zoning regulations, with our own code, within the state's code, within neighboring communities. There's been some favorable comments about how Newport standards have approached it, for instance, that you can look to. So you can do that. Just need, I would need more direction to draft an ordinance that would be responsive to what the council is looking for.
Fair enough. Let's do that. Let's, Councilor Petrie, you wanted to start?
I'm gonna follow the solicitor's lead. I pay attention. What he's saying is, it's very hard for him to give a memo on what's non-conforming or conforming use until we give him an ordinance. So to that end, let's try to give Mr. Conley an ordinance tonight. So I just want to start off by saying that whatever ordinance we do give, there's 450 short-term rentals in this town. Less than half of you will even be affected by this ordinance, okay? And there's gonna be a lot of people that, like our town manager mentioned, and I've seen it myself, that appreciate, a chance to rent a year-round apartment rather than, all the short-term rentals we have. So I got to, I use Mr. Spock all the time, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, and that's where we're at here, in my opinion. So this is the ordinance I want to give to Mr. Conley, and then he can come back to us and say if it will hold up in court. And I'm gonna go strictly, I'm gonna go by Newport a lot, okay? So what I'd like to do is take the Newport ordinance, because they've already shown us, and they've shown the courts, they've shown the state that they're not taking a frivolous position. So they made an ordinance that would say they could have in certain areas, other areas would have to be hosted, a little bit what we're trying to do. And they're going to defend that in court. So we know that it's not a frivolous position. Now, what I would like to do is incorporate that ordinance and all the little things in there that we have in the enrollment or the registration, but also take our town and use this coastal zoning, my coastal village overlay. So I want to take the coastal village overlay for Westerly and plug that into a Newport ordinance. Does that make any sense to you?
I do understand that.
Okay. Well, then I'll stop talking.
At least I think I do. I'll find out.
Go
if
ahead.
I'm right, and you'll tell me, but I do.
All right.
Councilor Vandover?
What I want to see in that ordinance is that you protect those that currently have their short-term rentals. We should not be taking them away from them.
We can't do both, though.
That's what I want. Nobody's asking you. I have the floor. Thank you. I want to protect those people. We allowed them to have these short-term rentals, and now we're going to pull the rug out from underneath them. That's wrong. I don't care which way you slice it. That's wrong. I want them to be protected. That's what I want in this ordinance, if we're going to do one. And all I hear, if you want to start from the top and work your way down to legal non-conforming should be the first issue up there, because all I hear is more government control. Oh, let's go after the parking. Let's go all the way around the bush till we get to the bullseye, till we get what we want. And in the meantime, we're just going to take more and more of your freedoms away from you in this town. It's got to stop. Okay? There's too much government control in general across the board through the whole nation. That's the problem. Also, if the states would just stop taxing our people to death. I mean, it's a snowball effect. You tax a homeowner, he can't afford to pay his taxes. Then what happens? He's got to raise the rent. He's got to do all the stuff. There is, again, so much more to this than meets the eye. It's not just a simple fix. I only ran for public office because I truly dislike the government very much. But I figured I better get in the game if I'm gonna have something to say about it. So here I sit, trying to fight the good fight. Again, too much government control. Legal nonconforming should be the first thing that we address. Second, short-term owners in this town are doing everything legally. They're being forthcoming and doing the right thing. They put themselves out there and they put themselves on a list. They were doing the right thing by what they were told to do with the town, and they did it. And now we're gonna just say, well, too bad. Now we know who you are. Now we know who you are and we know where to find you because we got a list. No, not good. Also, most short-term rentals have a limit as to how many people can stay. I just did one up in New Hampshire. We can only have 6 people. That's it. And everybody's got these cameras on their house, so they know how many people are coming and going in and out of their houses. So that to me doesn't really hold up. And as far as complaints goes, maybe what, 1, 2, no police activity, not much, if any, from what I'm hearing. So, you know, that doesn't really have much of a leg to stand on. And families are leaving this town because of our taxes, because our schools are rated in the toilet. We used to be #1 in 2012. Our schools have gone downhill. People are taking their children out of our schools. They're homeschooling. They may not necessarily be leaving this town, but they're homeschooling them, or they are leaving. So there's way more dynamics to what's going on than what people want to talk about. Well, I'll talk about them. Most owners keep up on their safety issues. It's an investment. Why wouldn't they? They're smoke detectors, they're carbon monoxide detectors. I can't imagine owning a short-term rental and not staying up to date on all that stuff, checking the batteries, doing what I'm supposed to do to protect my investment. This thing is making me money. Why would I just not take care of it? Makes no sense. Makes absolutely no sense. I just want to see the people that have short-term rentals protected. They already have them. That's it for me in a nutshell. And the rest we can take from there, but thank you again for coming out.
I
Who
see,
else would like to?
I see this isn't gonna be settled with, debate, so we're gonna have to get to it, and we have conflicting, opinions in this, so we have to get right to it. So I'm gonna make a motion. Discussion and possible action.
If I ask your indulgence, we have other councilors that haven't.
I can make a motion and we'll discuss it. So I'm gonna make my motion right now.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
You don't have the floor, Dylan.
Go
You
ahead.
didn't recognize me? You didn't recognize Bill either.
Make your own motion.
Okay, my motion, here's my motion.
A point of order.
You will never recognize Bill.
point
You
of order.
We're
recognize?
gonna
Point
do
of
it
order.
during discussion.
Yeah, you got discussion.
We're
You got
all
all
gonna
kinds of
No.
discussion.
Point of order.
Go ahead. What's your
Mr.
order?
President, you said that we were going to be allowed an opportunity to talk and to
Yeah.
give the solicitor information.
Yes.
So now Councilor LaPetra jumped in and wanted to make a motion. You're going to allow him before you finish what you said that we were going to be allowed to do?
Is that your point of order?
Yes. I want to
It's not
speak.
well taken. I'm gonna allow every counselor in the discussion, including myself, to have an opinion.
I guess you don't understand how the motion works, because once he makes the motion, you can only make amendments to that motion. And these are supposed to be general comments to the solicitor. So you're going back on your word. You are going back on your word, Mr. President.
Are you through?
Are you going to let me finish? Are you going to let me speak before he makes the
Is your
motion?
point over?
For that, yeah.
All right, point not well taken. We're gonna do it during discussion.
Okay.
This is what we live with, folks. This is what you're living with.
Yeah. It's a
A
love
council
affair.
president
between
who
me-
doesn't follow the only instructions he gives.
Okay.
Listen, pay attention,
All right,
pay attention.
thank you, Mr. Ayala. Council Ayala.
All right. I'd like to make a motion to direct the solicitor to write a short-term rental ordinance using the Newport ordinance as a template, incorporating a coastal village overlay.
Okay, is there a second? Not hearing one, the motion dies.
Is there,
Any
okay,
other
wrong?
councilors would
Yes, I'd
like
like
to
to speak
speak?
now.
Council, Aiello, you have the
Thank you.
floor.
Here's some reasons why I don't really support the coastal village overlay right now. And I'm not necessarily opposed to having it on an agenda to discuss along with other options. I don't shut down anybody's chance to have an option discussed. So we have a downtown area that's been revitalized and it's more vibrant than it had been for a while. Perfect place to have some short-term rentals. I mean, we don't have a hotel downtown, so why not have some short-term rentals here? Apparently there are some. So why do we want to eliminate those? And if you limit this to a coastal village overlay, which basically, I don't know exactly what the line will be, but just for discussion purposes, say it's south of Shore Road. So you have from Shelter Harbor, maybe to Weekapaug, Musqueamick, Watch Hill. I'm just guessing. So where's the fairness to all the other homeowners in the town? The shoreline villages, and again, I said this is a change from my opinion a couple of years back. The shoreline villages aren't what they once were. They're not just 3-month beach cottage rentals anymore. We all have a lot of neighborhoods that they're neighborhoods. They have full-time residents. Yes, they do rent, but people, you know, it's a different area now. And folks visit Westerly for more than just the sandy beach. I mentioned the downtown. People come here. People go to the United for the activities or other activities downtown. People rent in other parts of town to, maybe they want to go to a neighboring community. Maybe they want to partake in areas of Westerly. Maybe they're coming here to visit family. And maybe they're coming to visit and job hunting, who knows? But there are many different reasons than to come for the sandy beach. Again, our town is not like it used to be 50, 75 years ago. It's different. And I think a couple of us have lived here our whole lives. I did go away for a little while, but so we've seen a lot. We've lived through a lot. I remember what it was like, and it's different now. And we have to adapt. So some other things, and I do agree with the manager that we need to develop some more standards. I do think if these, I'm not talking about owner occupied, those are good and safe. But if people are going to be just continually short-term rentals, you know, we need to have annual inspections. You need to make sure those smoke detectors are working and other safety factors are in place. They're not blocking the stairways or the exit ways. So there's a lot of things that need to be developed, and you need strict code enforcement. You need strict enforcement of them. So we gotta develop and enforce those rules. I support increasing the fines. Again, people who follow the rules, no issue. But if you're gonna break them, now if there's a family emergency or something, you know, there's exceptions, but generally increase the fines. And maybe there's a way to, like for instance, $500 for an annual fee for owner occupied. Maybe you can go 1,000 for non-owner occupied, something along those lines, if that's the direction council ends up going in. So maybe there's a way to differentiate that. And because I want to see the people who are renting part of their home so they can keep their home. Again, add an overlay as discussion, but to have that as the only option, I will never support it. Not anymore. 3 years ago, I would have supported it, but not anymore. You need more options. And if what people say is they want the public input, they want public discussion, then we need to have that. We don't tie our hands with one option to consider. And we can have a workshop where it's more loosely controlled and you can have that public interaction. It's not like 10 people talking from the audience at one time. People take turns and you can have some dialogue. We've done it before. It can be done, but you need to do it in a true workshop setting, not during a council meeting. And again, the downtown's a good example. Why the beach isn't the only place people come to visit. So those are some of the issues. Strictly, we got to develop the inspections, the code enforcement. Another council mentioned parking, the manager mentioned it in emails. We got an email that talked about it too. But you need, and if I'm not mistaken, we have the number of parking spaces per apartment, so to speak. If I'm not mistaken, is already in the ordinance. Not this ordinance, but there is a standard for so many parking spaces per bedroom. So maybe we need to incorporate that into the short-term rental ordinance as well. So you don't have 15 cars at one house, you know, every weekend. Again, if you're having a family event, having a picnic, birthday party, that's different. But to have it continually happen, that's that. And having, if you have a 3-bedroom house and you're having 10 to 20 people stay there regularly, that the septic system is not designed for that. And you're putting more work on the town septic system if you're in the sewer district. So there are things, and the water usage and such, you know, of course, the homeowner has to pay more if they go over the if average for the water usage. So I'm all for discussing an overlay, but I'm completely against having that as the only option. I'd like to consider something more town-wide and higher fees for non-owner occupied, higher fine, increase the fines for everybody across the board. And I think I'm good for now, so thank you.
Time to wake up. Any other councilors wish to speak? Council Niemeyer?
Yes, Mr. Solicitor, I think what I would be in support of is taking the Newport ordinance, plugging in the coastal overlay, and also incorporating the manager's concerns about water and safety. And then if we could also, as Councilor Aiello just suggested, have a version without the coastal overlay for the purposes of having a wider discussion.
Thank you.
So if I make a
Counselor-
motion,
No, not yet. Counselor Healy, did you want to speak?
I do, but I can wait until the next discussion. Are we in the
Oh,
discussion?
I'm sorry. Did
for
you already
the-
speak? I didn't have your
You
name
did.
down.
I don't want to double dip, but I do have.
We're just asking a council's opinion. If you want to wait, you can wait.
Yeah, I can wait because I think I've given you everything I have. Thank you.
Okay, so my turn, everyone. I think the Newport ordinance has been tested and it's survived the courts to a degree. So I think that's a good start that Councilor LaPetra had suggested. I think the standards of having a license to operate a short-term rental should be identified. As the manager has said, the safety standards, the inspection standards, all those, the property use standards, off-street parking, limited number of people per bedroom, all the things that you would need to get a building permit, those standards should be rechecked to getting a license, a short-term rental license. I disagree with some of my colleagues as far as the registration or rather the legal non-conforming use should be identified. The requirements of that, if it doesn't apply to short-term rentals that have a license, well, that changes a lot, I think. So if it does apply, then that's another issue for us. You know, how do we curtail the expansion of this? So I think the solicitor has to come up with a written opinion of what a legal non-conforming use is in this case. You know, does it apply to the 437 or whatever we have existing short-term rentals? And then the definition of short-term rental, I think that should be clear in there. I know there's been discussion of a host someone that lives in their house and rents a portion of their house being allowed to do that anywhere. I want that to be known by everybody, and I think the non-owner occupied, non-host has to be out there. That those are the ones that we're really looking at putting more regulations on, limiting where they can go or not. So this just tonight, there's a lot of confusion on what is allowed across the town, what is being contemplated across the town versus what is proposed to be slowed down. So I think that definition should be out there and should be in our next packet for our next town council public hearing. And lastly, the overlay, the coastal overlay, I think that has the most validity from what we experience with existing, but if there's other areas that need to call it a river overlay or whatever, we can look at that. But right now, I'm looking at this band along the coast and where the majority of the short-term rentals are presently. So that's where I'm at. I know we got a lot of work to do, and the 7 councilors have to be part of that. Councilor Shalaber has certainly got her experience on this as well, so I look forward to hearing Mary. So that's it for discussion. Councilor LaPietro, you mentioned you wanted a motion.
Well, I think what we should be doing is we want to have 2 ideas going forward. I can make a motion for what I would like to see, and then Councilor Aiello can make a motion of what he wants to see. So maybe we can vote yes on both of them, so we have a chance to look at 2 different ordinances. So the ordinance I would like to see the solicitor work on would be, and I'll make the motion, to direct the solicitor to amend our short-term rental ordinance to allow unhosted short-term rentals in only the coastal village overlay district, while also incorporating all regulations in the current Newport short-term rental ordinance. Now, Mr. L can also make it, and I'll support you also if you support mine. You can also make it, you can also say what kind of ordinance you're looking forward to. This is one of them I want as a choice, and then obviously you can bring a choice forward as well. So that's my,
Okay. Motion
motion
made is on the floor, but is there a
Procedural
second?
procedural question.
The clerk has a question.
Procedural.
Could you repeat the motion?
all right, motion to direct the solicitor to amend our short-term rental ordinance. Sorry, to amend our short-term rental ordinance to allow for unhosted short-term rentals in only the coastal village overlay district, and we can have discussion to further define that. And for now, it's going to be the 3 zones that we brought forward, and I believe they're attached on our agenda. So that's the current coastal overlay district, but this is just a jumping off point. While also incorporating all regulations in the current Newport short-term rental ordinance. So that would be some of the things that they're doing over there. For instance, only 2 bedrooms could be used and 2 people per bedroom. They have different fees for fines and whatnot. So let's use them, incorporate that into the ordinance. That's what I'm looking for.
That's a motion made by Councilor LaPietro. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilor Niemeyer.
Procedural question.
Discussion, procedural, go ahead.
Yeah.
Councilor Aiello.
Feel free to ask the solicitor on this, but having 2 separate motions for the same topic, is that best, or should we do this jointly?
I have to have one motion at a time. If you want to add amendments.
I'm asking for the best process. Typically, you have 1 motion for a topic.
Yes.
So before this goes further, I want to know from the solicitor that should we incorporate amendments with this or have a separate motion after this is voted on?
I think you know the rules more than anyone, Councilor Aiello. You have to go through the amendment process. You have to vote on the motion on the table. If there's a motion after that, then so be it. But right now, there's a motion on the table, it's been seconded.
I was just trying to
Go
answer
into
the,
discussion.
I was just trying
No one
to,
can knows the Robert rules more than Councilor Aiello does.
there are some people who know it.
Would it help if I
maybe.
said as one option? Would that help you? To
No.
try to keep our thoughts separate?
The
Or
reason I asked, Mr.
Okay.
President, is because Councilor Petra prefaced his motion by saying, I or someone else could propose another motion on the same topic after this is voted on.
Rather
So-
than working in a vacuum, let's find out what amendments you would want during discussion, if you have amendments. If it's completely different, that says you don't want short-term rentals, that's a whole different motion.
I would refer to, I would make the amendment to what Councilor Niemeyer was referencing just moments ago about having the townwide option available.
How does that change what we currently have though, Bill? You're basically making a motion to leave it the same as is. If
Who
I'm
has
not
the,
mistaken.
who has the floor?
I'm sorry.
Is that your amended motion?
I'm asking Councilor Niemeyer if.
Well,
he
you
wants to
can have a
clarify.
discussion this way, but not. Let's play by Robert's rules. You know the rules.
You know,
You
well,
want
why
to make an amendment or not?
don't you just close it? You have 2 years, Mr. President.
Yes,
Use
I
them.
do.
2 years,
I
one
can-
mouth, please.
I can hear you
It's been
insulting
pretty
me
cordial
at
tonight.
every word, so go ahead.
Yeah, it's past 8 o'clock, I should know. So I'm asking for some guidance from Councilor Niemeyer, because he said it very eloquently earlier about having the townwide. So
A discussion, Councilor Niemeyer?
So what I believe we were discussing and what I think we should do is take the motion that Councilor LaPetra suggested, take out the coastal overlay and just incorporate the Newport language of increased as well of increased regulations in addition to the safety and water concerns that the manager discussed.
right. And I'm good with that. I'm trusting them because I haven't read I don't see the Newport ordinance tonight, so I haven't seen that, so I'm relying on that for them. So that would be the amendment to basically, and this is a crazy way to do the motions, but basically the same motion without restricting it to the overlay.
So could you state your amendment clearly for the clerk?
What I want is I don't just want one option on the table. You didn't even have to do a friggin' motion, by the way, because the solicitor, we just gave the solicitor everything he needed.
Gave him 7 different directions to go. We can't give him 7
No.
different directions.
2 options. Do the coastal village overlay, one without the overlay.
Okay, so my motion and then the other one, keep it as is what you're saying, which is fine.
Could you state the motion that, Madam Clerk, what Councilor Aiello's motion was?
If I'm understanding it, he wants the motion to be amended to remove the coastal village overlay district?
To add, I don't want to take away anything from the discussion or to take something away from him, but is to add, I don't want that to be the only discussion topic. I want an ordinance without the overlay in there. He made a motion to focus it on the overlay district. So I don't want to have to take a vote another night to take it out because he's putting it in right now. So 2 options, there'd be 2 drafts basically. You'd have one with draft ordinances, you'd have one with the shoreline village overlay.
Yeah.
And one without it that would apply townwide.
As part of the discussion, there's not a motion, an amended motion yet, but if you change the wording from coastal to overlay, just overlay, short-term rental overlay, would that equal what?
I think what Bill's asking is you just leave it exactly like it is and make it townwide. I see, we'll get to his motion. If mine doesn't pass and it doesn't get 4 votes in a month or 2 months, it's going to revert back to exactly what he's saying anyway, because that's where we're at right now.
I'm not saying,
Townwide.
no, it's not. Don't put words in my mouth, please.
Okay.
I didn't
We
say,
work as a body, Counselor. If you make a motion, amended motion, it gets a second, it goes to a vote. That's how we proceed.
and this is why the motion should never have been made in the first place.
Well,
It gets made.
that's your opinion, but
No, it is. So,
did you make an amendment?
yes, please.
Okay,
Right.
Clerk, Madam Clerk, can you state the amendment?
So you have it.
It's not really finished, like.
That's why I asked, did you make an amendment?
Well, let's ask the clerk what she has so far.
I'm hoping I understand this, but are you just amending the motion to direct the town solicitor to amend the short-term rental registration ordinance to allow for unhosted short-term rentals while incorporating all regulations in the current City of Newport short-term rental ordinance? Is that what you do? Because you're taking out the wording of
The
the
overlay,
coastal village overlay district.
right,
So
right. So so we have two drafts on the next, whenever we talk about this again, there's two drafts.
One draft will be one draft will be our current short-term rental ordinance and one draft will be my motion. So we'll have two drafts. Yes. Right?
I think that we're getting a little, I don't think that we're hearing each other. And maybe I'm hearing you guys wrong. Please correct me. Counselor LaPetra, I think we all understand what your motion is. From what I'm hearing from Counselor Aiello, he doesn't want the overlay. However, there's three different other ways what does that mean? Does that mean that you want it to only be owner occupied everywhere, like outside, even in those coastal overlays that we're trying to allow non-owner occupied? Or do you want it to all be not owner occupied? Like you have to let us know. Just by removing it is like Councilor LaPetra is saying, if we remove it, we're just having the same ordinance that we have right now. So what is the second option? Because we brought multiple options forward. We started with the zoning and just doing 3 zoning, and we took all of the input that we got back, all of what wasn't wanted, what areas, we sat back down, we took everybody's stuff and we redid it to this overlay. So now we're at the second. So now we're going to a third option. So what exactly are you looking for? Because I don't think anybody is understanding.
I don't understand it, and I couldn't support what you're presenting as something that's going to be over the entire town. It's just like Councilor Petra said,
It's the same as we have.
exact same ordinance without
Mr.
15 hours of meetings.
Mr. President, I think
Councilor Niemeyer?
I think I know what the difference is. He's talking about incorporating the Newport regulations, which apply there townwide without creating a specific overlay district where hosted and unhosted are treated differently. Do I have that correct? Okay. And then, Madam Clerk, what he's suggesting is that the amended motion direct the town solicitor to draft both versions, one with the overlay and one without. And I have that correct? Okay.
But
So
that-
that is the amended motion to
Are you
which,
seconding that emotion?
and I will second that.
Okay, Madam Clerk, would you read that amended motion back?
I think I'm going to have to get it in writing from Mr. Aiello because I'm sorry, but I just, I had the motion from Dylan, from Councilor LaPetra. And then he's saying to take out, to develop the ordinance. Mr. Aiello is saying to develop an ordinance, while incorporating all the regulations in the current new City of Newport short-term rental ordinance. Is that correct? Okay.
And that was seconded by Councilor Niemeyer.
Discussion, please.
Discussion on the amendment?
How can we vote on this when I don't even know what's in the City of Newport's ordinance? Well, we should have it here and now if that's what you guys, why didn't you bring it to the meeting? Because I have no idea what you're doing behind closed doors.
Let's not-
So I'm just, where is this ordinance? I would like to dispute that right here and right now. Not make an ordinance and then dispute it. It should have been brought to this meeting so that we could see it. I have no idea what that thing says. I'm not going to vote on something that I don't even know what it says. That's crazy.
That's fine.
May
That's
I?
fine.
Nuts.
No one's asking you a yes
Okay.
or no vote.
If I may respond to
Your own
that.
decision.
I don't understand. Hold on. I'm, you know what? I don't understand what is going on here. Okay. You didn't come prepared. You're not prepared. These people came out fighting for their short-term rentals and you're not prepared. You're asking us to take a vote on something. We don't even know what's in it. They don't even know what's in it. How is that transparent?
That's how we get to a public hearing.
Then you should have had the
We have to
ordinance
bring it
here
from-
that.
You don't understand how government works.
I have the floor. I have the floor. I don't interrupt any of you.
Councilor Vandover, you have the floor.
Jeez. Anyway, if you're going to present this stuff, you need to come with everything. It's not fair. They don't know what's in there. I don't know what's in there. How am I supposed to vote? How is it in your right mind? How are you supposed to vote?
I want them to see it, so I have
Councilor
to vote
Vandover has
for
the
them.
floor.
Why isn't it in this package that you presented tonight?
The same reason why this map wasn't in that while we presented.
Well, why wasn't that in there?
Because it
adopted
wasn't
ordinance.
ready.
But that's not the point.
So we
We're
cancel our town
taking a
council.
vote on an ordinance. Excuse me. You
We're not
guys-
voting on an ordinance.
We're
We
taking
have a
a
couple-
vote.
Let's have one voice at a time.
We're taking
Council
a
Van
vote.
Dover, you have the floor.
We're taking a vote to put it, to have the counselor, the solicitor, write up an ordinance in respect to Newports. Where is it? I want to see it. You're asking me to vote on it and I don't even know what I'm voting on because I don't have it.
Let
Oh,
us finish.
That's, whoa.
You vote no matter what.
Excuse
You
me,
done?
I don't interrupt any of.
Pat, we need a
You're
clock
being
here.
Disrespectful.
5 minutes, please.
You're being disrespectful.
Okay, you have the floor. Please continue.
Man, if I tried to do that, they'd take me out and beat me up in the back door. My God. All I'm saying is I want to see this ordinance before I even make the solicitor do all this work that the townspeople are paying for, their tax dollars, when we don't even know, I don't even know what's in it. They don't even know what's in it. This is not something we should be voting on tonight. We should have all the paperwork in front of us so we can make an informed decision. Sorry, I'm not voting for this.
All right, any other councilors want to speak? Councilor Peter, you want?
We're gonna get to, see, we're not voting on an ordinance tonight, so everybody has to understand, we're not even close. This is 2, 3, 4, 5 more meetings before we adopt an ordinance. We're not even close. So what we're doing here is so that we're gonna actually have something to look at for the next meeting, for 8/31. And then you can all come back and see that, and then we'll tweak it again, and we'll tweak it again. Eventually, there'll be a public hearing. So unless you take the first step, you can't get to the fifth step. Rose is, well, Councilor Van Dover, she's up on a soapbox here, crying about transparency and whatnot, but the bottom line is, we have to get to something that we could all read and see, and that will be on the 8/31 agenda.
Yeah, I just want to, no. You had your chance. I want to speak as well. This is not to ram an ordinance through. This is to get more information. We're getting it from the solicitor who gives us guidance on this, the Newport ordinance, how it might fit. I thought that was readily available to all counselors. It apparently is not. So let's get that to the counselors. Let's get that to the public. Let's post it on the agenda so that everybody sees that what we're looking at. And we'll see if we can't move together on this more. Any other comments? Councilor Aiello?
Thank you. Council Van Dover makes some excellent points. We haven't seen the some of us haven't seen the Newport ordinance in quite a while. Maybe I saw it a couple of years ago, or I haven't seen the latest. I mean, they've been going through the courts on stuff. So, not that I don't trust some of my co-counselors in reading that and bringing it forth. The reason I wanted that other ordinance on the agenda, I don't just want to be talking about one option. I want to be talking about a couple of options. I think most of us want to try and do something. So otherwise, I wouldn't vote to support any of this because we weren't provided all the information tonight and the public didn't get to see this. Something that is affecting a good number of people and will affect them. And so I think it's important. So I wanted that other ordinance drafted in there so we have options to talk about. And we will all see that Newport thing and hopefully nobody's going to pull a fast one and have it for discussion and possible action. It should have just been for discussion. And I will reemphasize that, yes, we can have a workshop where the public can interact with the council. It is legal. And
Thank you, Mr. Aiello. Councilor Aiello. Any other comments?
again, that's what he
Other than
typically does
Councilor Aiello?
when he doesn't want to hear me, he tries to cut me off.
Yeah,
That's
because
exactly what
I've
he
heard
does.
it a dozen times.
Doesn't matter. You know, we've heard you a dozen times. We hear you speak about 50 times after every counselor. So you violate the rules consistently all night long, just about. So there we go.
Out of order, sir.
Oh, please. Point of order on the president. Doesn't follow the own rules, speaks after every counselor and not last, like our
Councilor
rules
Aiello,
specify.
Please have some.
Are you going to rule on that or do I take it to the whole council?
Please rule. Please have some.
Then
respect.
stop cutting me off.
Please have some
Please.
respect.
You
Please,
demonstrate it. Demonstrate.
please.
I was being very respectful all night. and I have a great deal of patience. Great deal.
I know you have no patience.
I have a great deal of patience.
Motion is on the floor.
Get your ears on.
Amended motion on the floor. Any other discussion?
If not, I'll call for the question on the amended motion.
Calling the question for the amended motion, poll vote, Counselor Vandover,
No.
No?
Yes,
The amended motion? The amended motion was,
being both options.
Yeah,
You have to do
one-
the amended and then the main motion.
I don't, I have never heard a second option, Bill. I'm sorry. I have to, I have to
We
vote.
just talked about it.
It's what
Oh my
Mike said.
gosh.
It's,
we're voting on the
Makes no
amended
sense to me.
motion. Do
It
you
was
want
the
the,
other ordinance that we just
I'm
talked
voting
about.
no. I'm voting.
Counselor Yellow,
So you
we're
lied.
having a vote.
You lied to me, Bill.
You didn't give me an option, Bill. Your option is leave it as is. You never even came close to explaining anything rationally there. Your option is leave it exactly as is. I didn't lie to
Point of
you.
order, we're
I didn't
in,
lie.
I'll support yours if you support mine.
5-minute recess in the middle of this vote. 5-minute recess. Do I have a approval for that? You guys are gonna argue.
You're in the middle of the vote.
You're gonna vote yes anyway, so what, I give up on your vote. I gave up on your vote 3 years ago. The same thing happened 3 years ago. I give up on your vote. No is my vote.
point of order,
All right,
point of
no.
order. Council Healy should have.
We're
the floor to
voting,
vote.
we're voting on, stop discussion, as you have asked. We're voting on the amended motion. Counselor Healy, your vote.
my vote is yes.
Yes,
Yes.
The chair votes no. Now we have the amended, I mean,
The
the
main motion.
main motion.
I call for the question on the main motion.
No.
Yes.
Yes,
yes,
The public's getting screwed here, folks. No.
I'm gonna vote yes, so that direction to the solicitor to move further documents forward, including the Newport ordinance. I'm gonna ask for a recess at this point.
we do have second citizens' comments. I see a bunch
Yeah.
of arms up. I'm sorry. I know I'm speaking out of turn, but we do have time for you guys to talk, and I apologize.
We want 5 minutes, please, just to collect our papers. 5-minute recess. We'll be back at 8:40. there's a number of people that are within the audience. Typically, we wait till the end of the hearing. Counselor Healy asked me to move.
I'd like to make a motion to move to citizens' comments number 10, please.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Motion made and seconded to move the agenda up for citizens' comments, the second citizens' comments. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We're now in citizens' comments. We have a sign-up sheet. Thank you, Pat. Sign-up sheet first, and then anyone else in the audience that would like to speak after it. This portion of citizens' comments is open to any discussion. Doesn't have to be on the agenda. Citizens can come and speak for 5 minutes. But I ask that you please state your name and address prior to speaking. So first we have Andrew Fiore on flock cameras.
Andrew Fiore, Robin Hills. Good evening, council members. I thank you for taking the time to hear those of us who came tonight. I am a lifelong Westerly resident, but this is my first time speaking here before the council. And I was driven to do so out of the grave concern over the increasing presence of flock cameras. Across the nation, communities have been canceling their contracts and placing bans on these AI-driven devices that were put up with zero consent from the people that they are tracking. While I acknowledge the benefits that they provide for law enforcement, the risks are innumerable and have been documented across the country. From unreliable AI making mistakes to the over 100 documented cases of what the Institute for Justice has called automatic license plate reader abuses, Flock has provided plenty of reason for the public to be concerned. And they have shown their concern in droves. South Kingstown just became the 100th community to reject automated license plate readers, according to the DFLOC agency. Rhode Island has even made recent headlines as a woman is currently suing over a wrongful arrest that occurred on one of the many false positives by Flock's artificial intelligence. There have been multiple cases as well where innocent people, sometimes even children, have been placed at gunpoint as a result of technological errors. It has been proven in meetings across the state that many Rhode Islanders do not feel safe risking their safety and their privacy. In addition to the tangible risks, the sheer volume of data being collected by these cameras is another concern. This private corporation with an over $8 billion valuation, by the way, which we know very little about, now has unprecedented amounts of information about us without ever having offered terms and conditions or asking for our consent. A study done in 2018 by the Electronic Frontier Foundation showed that only 0.5% of scans are not actually connected to public safety. That's 0.5, mind you, not 5%. Considering the vast automation and expansion of cameras that has taken place since then, the amount of scans unconnected to public safety has probably only increased in that time. The real frightening part is that we do not know where all of that data is going. The Flock Corporation, as well as countless unidentified and unknown agencies, can view the whereabouts of any of us, regardless of whether or not it is actually related to a crime. That same Electronic Frontier report tallied the amounts of agencies that each municipality shared their data with. Several towns reached totals of over 800 agencies shared. And again, it is even easier for agencies to share data now than it was in 2018 when that report was conducted. Flock realized the concerns people have with data retention, and they did make some concessions. They shortened the default time for data retention from 30 days to 7 days, and they allowed for cities to search for specific types of scans from other communities while blocking out other types. These very minimal changes, though, after months of outrage, show that the corporation is unwilling to go as far as necessary to ensure our safety over their profits, which means we must turn to you to hold them in check. Here in Westerly, there are two flock cameras, as many of you know. They are located at Baja's and Home Depot, both on that stretch of Route 1, with several others across the river in Pawcatuck. Now, I understand that these are privately owned cameras, and therefore we are limited in what we can do. But I ask you to consider how the citizens are feeling about this issue next time Flock inevitably decides to expand. I am hearing that the state has a contract which is going to add even more cameras, and it is up to the towns to vote on that. We could also consider, if Flock does offer the town a specific contract, voting no on that, or anything, if possible, to increase the transparency on what these cameras are doing to the people of our town so that we can have more information, because it was pretty hard to find out that we had no contract in the first place. Anything that we could do to prevent further issues, data breaches, even potential Fourth Amendment violations could help this town prevent itself from being part of the next national headline, and we can keep our citizens safe and secure, both physically and in our online presences. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Susan and Day Rowe. I'm sorry for the pronunciation.
Good evening. I'm Susan Andaloro. I live at Antoinette Street, Pawcatuck, but I do a lot of my business in Westerly. If I trusted the system, then I would think that cameras such as this would be a great idea. Catch people doing bad things. I was hit by someone in my car. It got totaled and kind of changed my life forever. So I'm more into safety than most people. I was almost killed. Like many of us out there, we're always seeing dangerous drivers. However, if you look at China, it started off all innocent, like they would survey people more than anybody, probably more than any other country. And just to keep people on good behavior, it sounded like a great idea. However, now they're even monitoring kids' brains while they're in classrooms. And if they're flaking out a little bit, then they get in trouble. It's just really gotten out of control, and I don't want to see that happen here. So I think it's a bad idea to have these. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good. Next is Jan Aiello. If Jan is in the audience. If not, John Griggs. John Griggs. Ben Weber. Yeah.
Ben Weber, 3 Blossom Court. Chair of the Harbor Management Commission, here on my own accord tonight. It's nice to hear 3 counselors speak earlier about wanting to preserve the community and spearhead, saying that, acknowledging first that it's changed. And in my humble opinion, not for the better. Spearheading the amendments to the 2020, 2040 comp plan. And every single one of you up here stating that coastal access advocates. Is it really coastal access though, or is it rights activists? I want to read something to you. The town may acquire property within or without its corporate limits for any public purpose in fee simple or lesser interest or estate by purchase, gift, lease, devise, condemnation, and may sell, lease, mortgage, hold, manage, control such property as its interests may require, except that the town shall not convey or abandon any interest in its rights of ways to the shoreline. Any interest in its rights of ways to the shoreline. And except as prohibited by the Constitution of the town, The state or restricted by the charter, the town shall have and may exercise all municipal powers, rights, and privileges and immunities of every name and nature whatsoever. 80, nearly 80%, 75 to 80% of your constituents voted to have that amendment put in the charter. So why am I still seeing an executive session litigation on Fort Road? I've come up to this podium many times, giving you guys the facts. Your constituents put you guys in that chair for a reason. You guys are the client. Your solicitor works for you. We pay you. So what could you possibly be talking about in executive session, aside from giving away interest in rights of way? Listen to the words again. Any interest in the rights of way. I would for sure say that property owners in Fort Road have a vested interest in a way to get to their property, wouldn't they? Rights of way does not mean a designated right of way. You put the amendments in the comp plan. Doesn't the comp plan say that all rights of ways should go to CRMC for designation? And doesn't it also say that the town should look to acquire potential rights of ways? Now, a road that goes to a property that you own, wouldn't that be a potential right of way? And wouldn't you have an interest, an ownership interest in that road to get to your property? I'm not seeing any dismissal being filed. The only thing that should be going on in executive session, nothing. This should be out in public. If there's anything to be settled upon in this matter, which was already settled, by the way, the 2008 resolution, an agreement between both parties. If you don't want to just put a signature line on it, then why isn't the town and the state banding together as property owners, sticking up for the rights? Rights. It's not a privilege. It's a right to get to the property. Why aren't the town and the state banding together and saying, listen, no, sorry, we have just as much interest, ownership interest in that road to get to our property as you do. And you know what? If you don't want to let it be a state designated right of way, according and being consistent with your comp plan and your harbor management plan, if you got a problem with that, then take the road and give them permission. It's all about control. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Joy Cordio.
Evening. I sincerely want to congratulate you all on your work on the short-term rentals. It's been going on for years. Dylan, keep going. Rose, keep going. You have a good point, and it will be incorporated. The overlay, you're on it. Stay on it. Keep it on the agenda every single week. You all got hot because it's important. It's important. And coastal access will get people just as hot. You just did this hard work. Now do it for another reason, okay? You've seen dozens of people in here just as hot as you all were. And you, 7 people, hold our fate in your hands. And just like property owners that see something that is going to hurt them and they come out and speak, we come out and speak. We see things you don't. We know things you don't. We've done research that you haven't. I want to remind you all, when you first, it was early in your term. Spring Avenue had not gone to hearing yet. And we were getting very concerned about that. And eminent domain was brought up by a number of people, and you all were asked, did your solicitor truly provide you with all options? Has this ever been presented to you? And it wasn't. And so one can only assume that maybe you asked him about it. And it came up at a subsequent meeting, and he spoke about eminent domain. And he said that his firm was probably the most experienced in the state in that matter. And this was just written from a judge about the eminent domain case that is being led in Johnston by Solicitor Conley. District Judge Melissa DuBose ruled that the town failed to meet basic constitutional requirements, basic constitutional law, when it sought to take over the site of a planned affordable housing complex. She wrote that Johnston officials acted without, quote, pledging the public faith and credit to provide just compensation and without establishing clear enforcement procedures. When a municipality elects to invoke the power of eminent domain, it must proceed in the manner prescribed by law. And the town did not do so here. And your solicitor is the one that led that. And as Ben just said, he works for you. And you all are obligated under oath to know. We just saw it tonight. I'm not voting on something I don't know about. You have to do your own research. You have to. You have to question everything you hear. And don't vote on it until you confirm it. Fort Road is coming to a head. We're not stupid. In December, you voted to negotiate, and there have been back-to-back executive session meetings. Something's going on, and we haven't seen a dismissal. Nobody I know that would be an interested party for one reason or another has been deposed by this town. What is the tactic here? How are you going to win and preserve the public's right over Fort Road in perpetuity, 20-foot wide? You cannot relinquish any interest.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, that concludes the people that have signed up for the second round. Please come forward if you'd like to speak. Please state your name and address.
Jake Malik, Ananias Street, Westerly. There's a lot more to this housing issue. I'm going back to the STR. We've gotten more than enough of that tonight, but there's a lot more to this housing issue than the few short-term rentals in this town that we're actually referring to. And for the record, one of the options should be just to leave it alone and let markets regulate. I know we're talking about an ordinance or two ordinances, but no ordinance is also an option. Markets do regulate themselves in time. So there's many factors beyond this that impact supply and demand. Interest rates are high. That's across the country. There's nothing that we can do about that here. Locally, building costs are high, and we're not making more land. This is a really desirable area. Obviously, all of us like it here. So prices are going to continue to go up in a small, desirable area, regardless of the short-term rental market. People don't want to sell because they can't afford to buy. So everyone here knows that we're not going to decrease demand for housing, with this ordinance. So the only thing that would steer this in the right direction is if we increase supply, which I know is why we want to take some of the short-term rentals off the market. Somebody mentioned there's about 450 short-term rentals. The lion's share of the short-term rentals on that map that was passed around were south of Short Road. Does anyone have the number of houses that we're actually talking about? Because we keep saying 450, but if you look at all those dots, all of them, 2/3 to 3/4, I would argue, are south of Shore Road. So we're talking about maybe 100 houses. Does getting rid of those short-term rentals really fix the problem that we're talking about? I would say maybe to a small degree or briefly, possibly, but it's a drop in the bucket. We're going around for hours. I mean, it's 9 o'clock now on restricting the use of short-term rentals for what? We're hope that those owners are forced to sell their houses. To Rose's point, we're suggesting taking something away from someone who, like myself, who's worked very hard to acquire, in a lot of cases, one rental property. It's as slippery as a slope it is. I do think that restricting the amount of total registered rentals that one person can own to maybe some single digit number, or that the town can have in general, unfortunately does make some sense in this sense of meeting in the middle somewhere on where everybody is, or having rules and regulations as far as the amount of occupants per bedroom or per bathroom does address the issue that we're talking about. Unfortunately, we just live in the smallest state in the country, and that's one of the oldest as well. So there's just not that much land, and we all know we're not making more of it. I'm talking about the beaches because they're always full because the fire districts restrict public beach access. We know we have miles and miles of beach that go untouched while everyone's blanket to blanket at Musqueamacet, but that's a problem for another meeting. The only answer to this problem that we're all talking about is to increase supply. So we can make it easier for builders to build by decreasing the minimum building lot sizes and decreasing the amount of hoops that it takes to jump through to build a new home. If we want more housing on the small piece of land that's in Westerly, that means more houses on smaller lots, unfortunately. Increasing ADUs on existing properties and making it easier for owners to build ADUs, whether that's attached or detached, would also be easier. A lot of people mentioned Newport. That's a similar quaint historic Rhode Island city. And what do you find there? The houses are very close together. They have very small yards. It is what it is. We're not building more land. If we want more houses, the lots are going to get tighter. Houses on small building lots. I think that we can agree Westerly needs more housing, but trying to take the minority of the short-term rentals that are in the area off the market, what that actually looks like is just finding them and then restricting them to the point where we hope that they sell that house to somebody that's going to live in it. That's the reality of what we're talking about here. That's not going to have nearly the impact that anyone here is suggesting that it will. So no matter what, if anything gets passed, whoever currently owns and operates a short-term rental out of the home that they purchased needs to be able to continue to do so. They should be grandfathered in. The focus should be on encouraging and incentivizing building reasonably affordable housing so the up and coming generation like mine will be able to enjoy homeownership the way that the generations before them have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
My name is Don Ellis. I live at 27 Hickory Lane in Westerly. I have two things to talk about. First one is the flock cameras. The first gentleman who was speaking about the flock mentioned where they were, but he did not say where they were pointed. The ones at one is pointed at the entrance to the parking lot where the Ocean State Job Lots is, and the other one was pointed at the stop sign at going into the parking lot of Home Depot. Why are they there? It's probably for ICE. Do we really want untrained, because these people, the people who are on ICE now especially the new ones, had shorter training and they were not vetted, as we've been finding out. Do we really want them in our neighborhood? Okay. Second thing that I wanted to talk about was someone mentioned about how poor the schools are here. We moved here in 2017 to retire, so we'd be near our grandchild. Where I lived before was a place called Centerville, Ohio. It has one of the best school systems in Ohio. It has, but taxes there were 9,000 plus, 9,000 plus per year. I moved here and it was under 4,000. You pay for a good school system. If you don't pay, you don't get good school systems. So if you don't fight hard to get your tax rate up so that the schools can be a good school, you're going to have problems. Thank you. Those are my two comments.
Thank you.
My name is Ryan Harakowitz, 40 Robin Hall Lane. Harakowitz, H-A-R-A-C-K-E-W-I-C-Z. It's the 12 letters. 40 Robin Hall Lane. So I originally came in here to mention about the flock cameras. Super opposed to them for a number of reasons. Obviously, there are components to it that could be good. We have some 100 officers who around the country who have been found using them illicitly and been prosecuted or in the way of being prosecuted now. I wanted to make the point that they aren't computer scientists, these people who are doing that. They are anybody. AI makes it, especially with agentic AI, where it will do the job of a quote agent, multiple things for any given query or what they're tracking for people. You can find instances of agentic AI following hundreds of people around at any given time, and it will actively say where and to and fro they're going. It will say this is their favorite gun shop. They likely work here. They live here. This is what their day-to-day routine is. And if it's Tuesday in March, this is where you'll find them, presumably. That's closer to stalking than it is anything else. So I don't really understand why when it comes to the flock cameras, the folks see, oh, well, you've always had a camera in the 7-Eleven to prevent theft, to make sure people are acting well. Well, the agent that the AI is ran by is already doing 90% of the work of a bad actor. And yes, some good actors may use it, but a bad actor will step in and essentially just search as if it was Google. And all of a sudden they've committed a crime in the easiest, most, I don't know, it's as offensive as it should be, the way in which they've stalked people. But I feel a little bad for anybody who's got an early adoption software who's, oh, I guess I can do this. I feel like I have the power to do this now. Oh, I didn't necessarily understand all the ramifications that came with it. The fact that it's not under some sort of like HIPAA type safety net, which it ought to be, is just, this is not the corporate interest. Up until you make it the corporate demand that they do so, to be in our society, to be in our neighborhoods, it's a non-starter. I don't know why we'd have anything to do with it. It takes a little bit of thought, but not much more than that. Beyond that, I wasn't sure how I would feel about you, Mr. LaPetra, and I felt like you made some pretty good points. But I feel like you really screwed Mr. Ayo over here, because you very plainly said that you would agree to what he had said. And then you fully backed out of it. Now, you made this little quibble that it was no different than what it is now, but it certainly is. When it comes to borrowing what a different town or what have you has done, you're getting free work. You don't need to accept what they've done. But as we're talking about saving the town money, to use some sort of transposed copy of what somebody else has done, look at it as how that might work for you. You already have the evidence of how it's worked. You have all this research done for you without having to charge the taxpayers more. I understand that you were fighting for the Newport thing. This is more, this is Vandover here, or Miss Vandover, but it's a matter of That is how you save money, not doing some sort of weird speech about immigrants. That's not really my forte. Maybe it's yours, but that's wasting time. And I'm really against the short-term rentals. I like the notion of having no secondary segment where we would say these people are protected. You can maybe work in some protection after the fact, take your big stab, go from there. And I do wonder for Mr. Lacy, when it comes to the infrastructure for the area on the shoreline, I imagine that everything is worse over there. When it's a matter of loading a house some 20 people deep or what have you, their infrastructure has got to be worse. They should not be the people who are the prized, let's give it to them first, just because they've been doing it for longer. I mean, they are also potentially blocking the ocean access, some of these other components, but on top of that, they don't have the right to the land for the nature of, oh, we own this forever. We should always be in charge of the finances for it. And they can figure it out later, just like the rest of us. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Rachel Jones, 9 Woodland Ave. I think it's easy for people to use a negative connotation when they talk about short-term rentals such as parties and boats. But if you're unfamiliar with the process, Vrbo, Airbnb, we have a vetting procedure that we go through. We have house rules. We have a welcome guide. We have their credit card on file. We can give them a bad review. We can report them to Airbnb. So I'm hearing that it's not necessarily complaints or noise complaints, but then it is. And then also that you have a goal to provide more housing. So what is the ratio that you would like to have for short-term versus long-term rentals? Have you decided that what you would like? And why couldn't you follow a guideline such as where there's affordable housing? Every district has an affordable housing guideline and a percentage. So work towards that goal of that percentage that you want to have long-term goals and have that available. Just like with I'm also a real estate broker. So just like when you're dealing with an HOA, if there's a condominium development that doesn't want over 50% of their owners renting, then they keep that 50% owner occupied ratio so they can have an FHA approval. And at that time, if someone wants to rent in the future, they go on to the waiting list. So my proposal for what you should think about is, what about the people that are doing right by Westerly, that are owners and taxpayers and improving their properties and not having violations and things like that? Those people should be grandfathered in. The people that are having the violations and not paying their taxes and doing all the things you're not supposed to do as a short-term renter, let those people be taken away their right or be fined or on a watch list or something like that. And then as you convey properties in the town, let people know this is our short-term rental policy. If I'm going to sell a property in Westerly to a buyer and they tell me they want to use it as an investment property, and I know all of this is going on, I'm going to have my buyer do their due diligence and reach out to find out what is the regulation. Yes, you can buy this house, but you might not be able to use it as a short-term rental for, 2 to 3 years because there's a waiting list in that particular district because there is a regulation there. Something like that, not just, grabbing the rug out from under people that have a rental property that's not in your district that you're trying to shove everybody in. People love our property because we're 5 minutes walking distance to downtown. We're 10 minutes down to the beaches. There is value in other rental properties that are in Westerly instead of just the beaches. I think that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Donna Parsonen. I live at 37 Habersham Road, and I'll start where I kind of stopped in the first comment section. So I would say the first question that the town council has to address is whether there's a conflict of interest with Dylan LaPetra and his mother owning 51 Salt Pond Way, Kathy Grills LaPetra, that is in the very small privileged proposed area of high density residential 10. Even if that's no longer the proposal now, it should still lead to Dylan LaPetra having to recuse himself because that was what was proposed. And this itsy bitsy place in Westerly was going to be the only place in town that was allowed to have whole home short-term rentals without any restrictions. That is such a conflict of interest. That needs to be addressed. Can Dylan LaPetra partake in this conversation further, given his conflict of interest? Number one. Second, going on to this point, Councillor Dylan LaPetra constantly says, Westerly needs affordable housing. 26 Newton Avenue, within a few minutes walk of Wilcox Park. He's owned that on the tax record since 2010 for 16 years. That house has been standing in disrepair, getting worse and worse. It's a beautiful old house. In the back, there's a large building that could be more units. At least 3 units are going to waste, possibly 4 or 5. Maybe he should give those to the people here who are begging for affordable housing. So on to the next point. Data. I hear from the people who hate short-term rentals or are strongly opposed to them. Oh, there's all this data to say that short-term rentals are causing the housing crisis or changing the character of the neighborhood. Please give us, the town residents, some real data rather than your subjective opinion. These arguments were placed out there nationwide, worldwide, by the hotel lobby, a very, very strong lobby. I previously gave you some real data from the World Population Review, strong acceleration in population in Westerly. From the school enrollment from Rhode Island Department of Education, an increase in students in Westerly. These are real data points, not my subjective opinion. From the 2025 Integrated Housing Report, Rhode Island Executive Office of Housing, April 15th, 2025, 19.80% vacancy rate in housing in Westerly. From the US Census Bureau data, average age is old at 52.2. This is all real data, not my opinion. This is real. Please use real data, not, oh, I don't like them, they should go away. Also, the town manager in the past, Sean Lacey, said that complaints were minimal to not at all. And today, Councillor Duhamel also specifically asked town manager if there was complaints. And instead of really answering the question, he said, well, on the national level, there is. Well, okay, but this is the town of Westerly. What's happening on a national level? Do we dictate our ordinances by what's happening on a national level? No, we have to look at what's happening here. We can't just listen to the hotel lobby. Oh, get rid of them. Because, yeah, they just don't like the competition. And as I said before, more data. If you go on AirDNA, they give Westerly an F. A score of 46, which is an F. So does that encourage people to invest in Westerly where we have June, July, August. Our housing prices are so high. Does it make sense? I don't think so. Moving on to Mr. Ayala's points.
If you could just summarize, we have 5 minutes per person.
Okay, well, I'll go as far as you let me speak. I think it's very, very.
Point of orders, you went far enough for me.
I'm sorry, we have a 5 minute rule. And
Excuse me,
there's more people that want to speak.
point of order, Mr. President. You've allowed other people to continue for
I'll
half
put
a
it
minute
out
to a
there for a
minute.
vote. Does anybody want it?
Extend it for a minute.
I'll second that.
All in favor of extending for a minute?
Aye.
I would vote no, but
I'm voting no too.
go ahead.
I really appreciate Councillor Ayala following the rules of the town council meetings. That's important. And as far as his points regarding the Squamicut, it's no longer just used during the beach time. If you go online, the realtors, there's so many ads out there for academic rentals, they call it, for the non-beach season. The houses are winterized. And regarding fees, I know you can set the fee whatever height you want, but do you want to have confidence in your governance or just be arbitrary? Fees should be justified by their need. And as far as the short-term rental work group, it would be nice if you would allow the public to have input and not come up with ideas behind hidden doors. And the term short-term rental. It's
been over a minute.
New. But the concept of short-term rental is not new. People in Westerly have been providing their houses for people to stay at.
Ms. Parsons, I'm sorry. It's been
This
an
country.
extension of the minute. I understand your objection. It would also help if you put these in writing so that we can have it in our record. We can refer to it. I've been taking notes, but I'm sorry your 5 and 6 minutes are up.
Okay, should I send you all emails?
Certainly.
Okay, when I have time, you'll be getting a very, very long email.
If you send it to the clerk, she can distribute it to all of us, or send it to the Wesley Town Council. You don't have to type in everybody's name individually.
Okay.
Speaking of names, you can leave my name out of anything you send in, and you can leave my mother's name out of anything you send in, please.
That's next.
You never-
Is there anyone else that would like to speak at this time?
You don't like it. Conflict of interest. Thank you.
Perry Kellogg, 10 Newell Terrace. I'm sorry, Perry Kellogg, 10 Newell Terrace. I am on the planning board, but I'm here on my own accord. Couple of things that I'm not sure if this is the time to say it, but I am honestly shocked at some of the behavior of some of the counselors. It's a little bit embarrassing as a person who was born in this town and grew up in this town and takes extreme pride in this town. I would hope that we would be able to conduct ourselves in a different manner, representing what we stand for as a town. Number two, as far as the short-term rentals, I am against an ordinance for the short-term rentals. I've been here before. We've talked about it. I agree. I think a workshop would be helpful to get the public's input. I think the public has a lot to say. I think we have a lot to contribute. And then I just want to get on, as one of the counselors said, a transparency soapbox, because government is supposed to be transparent from what I understand. And the fact that anyone, and I don't know what the rule is, what the Roberts rule is, what the legal rule is, but for an elected official to vote on something that was on the agenda, but didn't have the appropriate paperwork for the public or the other counselors to see, that's not who I want representing me. I want someone who wants to read the paperwork, who wants the people of the town to see the paperwork, to understand what is happening. Really feel like there's wool being pulled over my eyes and the eyes of the people in this town. It's shocking, disappointing, and concerning. That's all.
I'm sorry, we're not going through two rounds.
As
It
a
has
real
to be
estate
new
agent,
comments.
We don't rent out winterized houses in Wisquamicut. I just wanted to clarify that.
Hi, my name is Ellen Kane, 76 Winnapogue Road. I want to speak about build on transparency, the government, and also I really want to give praise to Ben Weber for his remarks. I think everyone should re-listen to his remarks. He was clear. He did a fabulous job laying out the issues in terms of Fort Road, and I want to speak about Fort Road. There's an election coming up, no surprise to all of you. We're going to have a new attorney general. We're going to have a new composition on the town council. I mean, Councilor Aiello has hit the max on his term limits. Councilor Healy and Councilor Vandover have hit the end of their 2-year mark, so there'll be a new composition to some degree. Don't need to be a politician or a lawyer to realize that if an election's coming up, some people want to get things settled. I mean, the attorney general may want to get Fort Road settled. Town of Westerly may want to get it settled. Wouldn't be at all surprised if the Watch Hill Conservancy and the Fire District want to get it settled with this AG, this town council. And that concerns me because with the election coming up, I'm concerned that a settlement may be under discussion rather than going to court. And settlement to me sounds more like working out some kind of compromise on permission of use rather than defending a right. Everybody knows there's a big difference between those two things. And if all the discussion goes on in executive session, and if there is a vote taken in executive session about some kind of settlement, I feel like that's a real disservice to the public. I think the voters need to see any proposed settlement before the town council votes on it. In other words, a vote in public, not behind closed doors, in executive session, no ability to seal those minutes because the public has no way of knowing who said what and who voted which way. I mean, people want to know, they want to make sure that you're trying to fight for the right and not to settle for permission. 75% of the voters in this town put it into the town charter that any town council, not specific to this town council, but cannot give away a right of way without proving that there's no public use for it and a whole legal process for it. And why did they put it in there? 75%, I was stunned at how many people. It's because it's happened before. The Sand Trail had been a town road and a settlement was signed, sealed, and delivered by a former town solicitor, circumventing the usual process, giving it away. Other town rights of ways have been, taken off the harbor management plan. There's been, controversy about some other town rights of ways. And another issue of, sort of secrecy behind closed doors in executive session was all the discussion about Lighthouse Road. Behind closed doors, don't know what the research was, don't know what the final decision was. Town missed the deadline to give their proposal to the federal government, and now we don't know what we paid for. Permission versus right. I was on the Watch, the Lighthouse website recently because I wanted to see what the hours were and take someone there, and I noticed that, excuse me, it used to say seniors could drive down and handicapped drivers. Suddenly, no mention of senior drivers. It was only handicapped. They came back with a response that, well, the 65 plus wasn't defensible, so the guard is going to use their discretion. Somebody said, well, a lot of people will be dissuaded maybe from even going down there. Now the website is changed, again, saying seniors 65 and over, and those with a handicap placard. Permission can change, rights don't change as easily. That's all happened within the last month. So a lot of you have run on transparency in your campaigns, and I imagine you will again. A lot of you have run on being, shoreline access advocates. but your vote is really what counts. And you as the town council can vote to put on the agenda whatever a full settlement is, and you can discuss it and you can take your vote in public. The lawyers may not agree with that. Don't blame them for wanting to do it on their own. They're all talking with each other. We want to hear from you. So please do the right thing. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your time.
Mr. President,
Thank you.
I make a motion to extend the meeting. It's 9:30, our curfew.
I know it.
I'll second that.
Motion made, second discussion. I'd like to get through the citizens' comments,
Yes.
everyone that is here tonight. But after that, I would call for an adjournment. So
I would like to, at the very least, respond to the citizens' comments, respond to citizens' comments at the very least.
okay.
So I'll
All in
vote to.
favor of extension of the
Aye.
any opposed? We are now extended. Bob, anyone that would like to speak, please come forward and state your name and address.
Good evening, John Garnier, 6 Narragansett Avenue, former chair of the Charter Revision Commission, and former counselor. So, rights of way, hot topic, been a hot topic for years and years and years. It started in 2014, back when I was on council, and we were working on the harbor management plan. And that had gone on for a decade, I think. The Harbor Management Commission at that time had been working on drafting the plan. So it's been a hot issue. It'll continue to be a hot issue. But on the charter, of which Councilor Niemeyer served on, Charter Revision Commission, the public came and wanted to strip effectively the council ability to go in the back room and just give away rights away or any of our interests. So there was a question and there was certain language added, and it says, except that the town shall not convey or abandon any interest in the rights of way to the shoreline. Now, 75, as we heard, 75% of them voted on that. Now, I gotta disagree with the last speaker because I don't even think, even if you put it on an agenda, if you have an agreement of any sort, you can just do it. You can't act on it. I don't think, I no longer think you have that ability. It says the town. It doesn't say the town council. It doesn't say, it says the town. So the town, 75% of the voters who voted on this question in the affirmative to restrict said they don't want to give up anything. So the only thing at best I think you could do, and I think the proper thing for you to do, is to do the best job you possibly can if you even have a potential agreement coming. And then put it before the voters to vote on. And if the voters say, yes, this is a good deal, we're good with it, then it passes. Then we have a deal. But if they don't, quite honestly, the other section, Councilor Niemeyer's adjustment to the recall provision, it makes it a lot easier to recall counselors. So if you viewed that you violated the charter, and there are plenty of people in this room, there's plenty of people in this town, actually probably plenty of them, the 75% that voted in favor of that question, that would be willing to sign a petition against counselors. So I'm counseling, having sat there and having these tough questions, do the best job you can, then hand it up, say a prayer, bless it, hand it off and put it as a ballot question for the voters, a binding question for the voters at some point in the future, and they can deal with it. Listen, the town's been here since 1669. People have been walking down on what we call Fort Road or whatever, Napattree Point, since 1669. Okay, so what I'm telling you is probably no rush here. So anyway, thank you for your time. Oh, and one other thing, I have to compliment my colleague, Perry Kellogg. And I agree. Take a beat. Don't fight as much, please. Thank you.
Anyone else in the audience that would like to speak? Last chance. Anyone like to speak in the audience? Very good. Moving now to council's response. Councilor LaPetra.
Okay, I'm only gonna reply, a lot of people had good points, I only want to reply to two to you. Sir, I didn't catch your name in the striped shirt and the glasses in the back there. There's something that, you don't have to come up, but I just want to know that I'm responding to you. So, Brian, all right, Brian. 3 or 4 years, whatever it was, over 3 years ago, I wrote a short-term rental ordinance, okay? I think a lot of people in this room remember it. It was to basically restrict it, unhosted to South the Shore Road, and I tried to do some things, and, what happened there is, I didn't get it passed, okay? One part of it did pass, though. We increased the, registration fee from $50 to $500, okay? They threw me a bone. Council Aiello was part of that. He threw me a bone, the rest of the council. You know what it did? Absolutely nothing. It didn't solve the problem one iota. So let me tell you what's actually the Newport ordinance is about. The Newport ordinance is about increasing a fine, maybe doing a better fire code, just little basic things. Mr. Aiello wants to throw me a bone again. He has no intention of doing anything that will make a meaningful change. He's throwing me a bone. And I asked him if he had another idea. His only idea was to throw me another bone like he did 3 years ago. That's all it was. I wasn't going against Mr. Aiello. If he had a different alternative to make a meaningful change to the short-term rental ordinance, I would have loved to have voted for it. I would have loved to have seen it, but I've already been played 3 years ago. I've been through this. I want to make a change this time. And the only way to make a change, the crux of this thing is either we're going to restrict it in the overlay district, the unhosted amount or unhosted rentals, or we're not. That's it. Everything else is window dressing. So that's why I didn't back Mr. Aiello. And I just wanted to explain myself to you on that, okay? Now, Mr. Malik, how are you, sir? Good. I like Jake a lot. I know he's a good person. I know Jake, and he's a very good person. So maybe he'll appreciate this. Jake says the real issue is we don't have enough housing. You have to build the supply, of course. But I mean, what can we do in a town that's 95% built out? Basically at full capacity for sewer. We're currently in a water ban. I mean, it would take 20,000, 100,000 houses to really solve any kind of homeless problem. I mean, we're not going to solve it in any way, shape. We're never going to build enough houses to make it go away. So you said we can't fix the problem. And I know you're a good person. Do you don't think that if we pass a short-term rental ordinance, that we would fix the problem for 150 families that need a place to live? Of course we would. We can't fix a problem for everybody. It's an impossibility in town. But we could fix a problem for 150 families who want to live here year-round and make a difference. And those 150 families will send kids to schools, and those schools will bring their numbers back up, and it'll be a domino effect to bring us back to the town that we used to be. So that's what I'm saying, okay? I agree with you. There's a bigger problem out there, but we're never going to get there, not with our infrastructure. So we're going to do what we can. We're just trying to do what we can, Jake. That's all. Okay, thank you, guys.
Thank you. Any other councilors? Councilor Vandover?
I'll start with the rights of way people. John, that's a great idea to put out if there was to be a settlement, to put it out to vote. Joy, thank you for coming out, and congratulations on you just got sworn in right now here in front of me on your harbor management seat. Congratulations. I know you're going to do a great job. Mr. Weber, you know that I will never vote to give away a right of way, period. End of story. It's not happening. Not with me. Let's see, who else was the other one? John, Ellen, Miss Kane, the rights of way commentary. We'll see us. If we do one, we'll be put in front of rights of way people if I have anything to say about it. We know we're not going to get away with doing anything that the rights of way people are not going to approve. So with that being said, rest assured, I think the rest of the town council will feel the same way. I'll start next with short term. Ms. Kelly, I couldn't agree with you more. We need to have more respect for each other up here. And thank you for bringing that to our attention. Jake, short-term rentals are not going to help with rental property inventory, especially if we keep them south of Shore Road, which is where the majority are, as you said, and we only tap into 100 properties. Again, that is not We have bigger fish to fry. However, that's not the issue right here. Mr. Ellis, frankly, not sure what flock cameras have to do with ice, but if you had to ask me, yes, I want ice here. So that's me and that's my opinion. And are you asking us to increase taxes for the schools? We have increased taxes for the schools every single year since I've been on and even before so. And the grades still haven't gone up. This is the first year grades have actually gone up. I follow the school committee and what they do, so I know that to be a fact. I am not for raising taxes. I'm for less government, less taxes. Less taxes means more money into the economy. Mr. Karakowitz, let's see. That would be Brian. Musquamaket has been there for 61 years as rentals. If we try to even remotely go after them, there's going to be a lot to be said about it. Immigration is part of the problem. I appreciate your advice. However, it's the truth. I prefer to tell the whole story, not just the part that people want to hear. So I'm sorry if it offended you. However, it is definitely part of the problem, along with taxes that we are taxed in this state. So thank you again. Mr. Mr. Fiore, you did a great job with your presentation on flock cameras. I too have done some homework and I brought in mine to read if I was hoping somebody was going to bring it up. So thank you. So across the US, flock safety cameras operate in over 5,000 communities. The company uses a network of cloud-based motion activated cameras to record vehicle information, including license plates, vehicles, make, model, and color, and individual characteristics like bumper stickers, scratches, dents, etc. Flock partners with more than 5,000 law enforcement agencies across 6,000 communities. There are over 100,000 flock cameras across the nation. They are solar powered. License plate readers collect data as they record. Police say they help fight crime. Critics say data could be misused to track someone, even those who not accused of crimes with little oversight. We as a town council in this town, we should be able to take a vote to get rid of any of these flock cameras. The ACLU even argues that the AI algorithms the cameras use stores personal data in a nationwide database with little to no regulation and oversight. So I am with you on that 100%. The flock camera over by the Home Depot, I believe what I've been told is owned by Home Depot. I guess a lot of people are stealing. That's their own private camera. I'm not sure we can do anything about that. The one that's over at Baja's is a state police camera, okay? And that is, I know that our current police department was not happy about it. And again, we should be able as a town to decide what gets put in our town, state or otherwise. Also, there are 5 flock cameras as you leave Westerly going up Route 2 and out towards Stonington. They're within the half a mile of our border. There are 5 flock cameras. Nothing we can do about it from here, unfortunately, but I know that Connecticut is in an uproar about it as well. I have family that lives there and they're not having any of it as well. So thank you for that. Let's see. I think that I got everybody. Thank you so much for coming out, everybody. I do appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilor Healy?
Thank you. There's a lot of points for me to comment on, so please, I'm going to start at the end. I'm going to start with Mr. Gagne. I agree. We can't do what we're being accused that we're doing. We cannot give away anything. So what we're being accused of, with respect, is not happening because we can't. We can't. So I can tell you, or I'll speak for myself. I will never, obviously, I've said this a million times, I'm not going to vote to give away any type of land, period. And actually, I'm trying to buy more land for the town, such as on Bowling Lane. Giving away any land in this town, not happening. Giving away coastal access, not happening. If I were to say, how I feel about everybody up here, even if they're not here, I can tell you, nobody wants to give away access. Nobody. It's not going to happen. It's in our charter. We can't do it. Everybody that came up for short-term rentals, I am begging you guys to submit an application for our housing committee. This is my sound off alarm because everything you guys are talking about is what is being handled, trying to be handled. We do have land. We have land. We have town-owned land for housing. We do. We need to take the steps, and we need volunteers to help with that. We also, if we take that 100 number, I can promise everybody in here, if a private developer or a nonprofit developer came in here, whether it was to the town council or the planning board, and said that they want to build 100 units at affordable housing, I can tell you, every seat we'd have a line, we would be getting screamed at. Because every time I talk about more affordable housing, I get pushback. It has been said right from up here, not here. We don't want those people. That's where crime and drugs come from. Quote, unquote. It's all recorded. So I am trying very hard to help our housing as a whole. And like I said earlier, this is just one puzzle piece of a way bigger puzzle. And is it a small step? Yeah, it's a small step. Is it one that's going to make a difference? Yes, it is. In one way or another, it is. There was something that was mentioned about campaign tactics, and I just kind of want to say, like, I don't have any topics up here that I'm like, hey, guys, we really got to get this pulled through before November. That's none, I'll say that for Rose too, like, we're on different sides of the thing there, but neither of us are gunning for anything like that. And then it goes to Flock. Mr. Ellis isn't here anymore, but if I could have stood up and clapped for him, I would have. They are, okay, I'm gonna back up before I go too deep down that hole. Home Depot was where the first one was put up in town. I immediately went to our town manager, like, what is happening? This can't happen here. Had no idea what was going on because the town does not have any contracts with Flock. Our police department doesn't have any contracts with Flock. However, look into Home Depot. Home Depot holds that contract. Look into where they're donating politically. You'll understand why they have that contract. You'll understand why it's at Home Depot. It's a very clear, it's exactly why it's at Baja's, guys. Like, we do have to use our critical thinking at some point in time. It's a problem, and it's not one that I can do anything about at this very moment, and that pisses me off because I came up here and I told you guys that I would do what was best for you. I told you guys you could have your faith in me, and that if you vote for me, I'll be up here. I'll be the one. You guys tell me, you guys come up to that podium and tell us, and I will give you my word that I will have your back. I will have your back bringing this to the state 100%. I can't do anything here in this very moment, but I can promise you if anything were to ever come across my desk, I mean, Mr. Lacy had to kind of calm me down because I got mad about an email. I was like, why are we getting emails from Flock? This isn't what, I don't want to just unsubscribe. I want to see none of this to anybody. Can't do that, obviously, but you do have a voice up here, multiple voices up here. I am happy to hear Councillor Vandover's stance on Flock. I was a little nervous that we were going to see that differently, so I am happy to hear that we're on the same side of that. Jake, I'm sorry to bounce back. You mentioned a cap on the amounts of short-term rentals, and I agree with you. I don't think the law agrees with us, unfortunately. Okay, I do. I'm going to go there. I'm just going to say something real quick to our immigrant community, our green card holders, the people that come here every summer and work here, the people that live here, the people that have their kids in our school systems, the people that work here, the people that are sitting in this room. You are welcome here. You belong in Westerly, and I thank you for being a part of the neighborhood that I live in. And anything else that was said tonight, I apologize because it was disgusting.
Okay, any other councilors wish to speak? Councilor Aiello?
Thank you. That's most people we've had here for a little while. So a lot of good information, and I learned a few things tonight too. Yeah, I just want to say that Andrew Fiore, I mean, very well spoken, very impressed. I love to see not that I don't think anybody else is impressive at all, but I love it when the youth comes, younger folks come and express themselves so well and get involved. So thank you. Yeah, I mean, the flock camera stuff is all over social media and here and there and getting stuff. I'm seeing more stuff on it than I really want to. I've never been a big proponent of having cameras everywhere. There are a lot of cameras on private property. The police can have agreements with them to access that. And that's pretty much been my stance the whole time, even on previous councils when we were talking about the downtown area and things like that. So they can serve a purpose, but there's a slippery slope there we have to be very careful of. And while people in the present day may be well-intentioned, 5 years from now, another 5 years, another 5 years, something. That's I think what concerns a lot of folks. Ben, always a pleasure. I wish I could say more about Fort Road, but I can't at this time. I'm not going to mention everybody because a lot of us want to get out of here tonight. Again, I did listen to everybody. I took a few notes. The SDRs, I think it needs a lot more discussion. I think it highlighted stuff tonight, and I think it'll be a disservice to try and rush it. And I do not believe that waiting for a public hearing is the best way to go about letting the public have their say. Not on something like this, it's obviously affecting folks so much that they're coming here to talk about it. And I know other folks would like to be here, but they're not able to. And so every time we do talk about it, I do listen and I do learn a little bit more. Question still remains, what exactly do we do? It would be nice if we could just set a cap, but you really can't do that. And so there are a lot of restrictions. You're very limited on what you can do. You can tackle it through some zoning issues. So it's not the easiest thing to try and solve. There are private property rights. So, and that's a big issue. So we have to be mindful of that. And I do think it was a disservice to vote on anything without having the Newport ordinance in front of us tonight, either in front of us or with the public noticed on it. So we had something we actually talk about. And I already mentioned why I proposed the other ordinance. And I wanted those options. I think there should be more options. And there is another option. You leave it as it is, or maybe there'll be some other tweaks. And I am aware that, you know, Airbnb and those places do have a lot of procedures and policies and requirements and checks and I believe they have insurance for the places and different things. And a lot of folks do keep very good care of their properties. And I do support the private property owners' rights. And I also want to maintain the neighborhoods and such. The beach area is not what it used to be. People live there all year now. It's not the traditional beach cottage community anymore, nowhere along the shore. So we have to think a little bit differently. And that's why now I'm opposed to just a shoreline overlay district for the short-term rentals. We need to do something else. We need to do something, but I haven't quite put my finger on it exactly right now, which shows that we should be discussing this more and having more public participation And the council is fully within its rights to have a more free-flowing workshop with the public if it so desires. I don't know if a majority does or not. A couple of them, I'm sure, won't. But hopefully others would. Not that I really want to be here or others want to be here another night, but I would do that if the public really wanted it. We did mention that before, that there would be a public workshop. Transparency, I am very big on transparency. It was on the AG's website, government transparency, kind of a buzzword, but I do try to live up to that. The voters were very clear last time, nobody shall give up any interest in any rights of way. That's ingrained in our heads now. I can see putting a potential agreement out to the public and get opinions on it. I'm not sure I agree with putting it out on the ballot, because there's several parties would be involved in that. So, potentially a non-binding question maybe to get the feel of the public maybe, but then what are you going to do? If there's an agreement, what do you do if it's multi-pages long? Put the whole thing on the ballot so people can read it. It's just a lot. There's a lot involved, a lot to think about with that. And I want to clarify something that since my name was mentioned by Councilor LaPetra, and we've been friends for a while, so throwing him a bone tonight or a few years ago, it's a mischaracterization of me anyway. I actually sat with him and talked with him several times about a few years back when he was doing this initially, and helped with the wording and looked at the map and did this and did that. And then he worked with a solicitor on the legal language and all that. And I was supportive of a overlay district at the time, basically south of Shore Road. But again, in time, I've grown and I've learned more things. And so and it was during that meeting when we did approve the increase from 50 to 500. That was a last minute decision by Councilor LaPetra. I was supportive of a lot of things that night, but he wanted something passed because we had to get it passed, something passed in order to make the deadline to get it approved to start January. Because I think we were in September or October at the time, so it had to be done. So he didn't want to risk losing everything. And so we just dropped all the changes and just went from the 50 to 500. That's what he wanted. I looked at him, and so I supported it. I didn't throw him a bone. I was willing to support other changes as well, but he decided on his own at the last minute to withdraw everything and just go for that one increase in the fee. So I wanted to clarify that point because it was a serious mischaracterization of what I did and said. And I strongly believe there needs to be more free flowing of information between the public and the council regarding a short-term rental ordinance, policies and procedures. You guys have a lot of good ideas and suggestions. People who work with it all the time have some great ideas. And we have to pay attention to the people who are next door neighbors too. So we do have to look at number of occupants maybe per bedroom, off-street parking, various things like that to try and hone in on it a little bit better and make it better. But at this time, I do not support any overlay district basically South Shore Road. I don't think that's fair to the whole town because the demographics and the whole village, the whole beach scene has changed over the past several decades. And again, I thank you all for coming, and I sincerely hope that there's more free-flowing information on this topic. Thank you.
In the interest of time, I'll just say thank you everyone for coming. Although I will give a special kudos to Andrew Fiore. That was very eloquent and very civically minded. Good job.
Thank you. I'm not going to go through everything. I did take notes for people's comments and concerns. I want to just emphasize one point tonight, if I could, Mr. Manager, the flock cameras, the town does not have any under our control flock cameras.
No, but I like a few minutes to explain more than that, but I can.
No, I wish you would, because it is such a concern across Rhode Island at this point. I wanted you during the manager's report, but I'm gonna have to go soon. I got a 7 o'clock flight tomorrow morning. But town business, I want to hear what the flock camera,
No, we can do it next time. That's fine. We do not have any contract with Flock. We have never had any contract with Flock. We do have cameras. Keep in mind, there's probably more cameras between schools, banks, businesses, homes. On my police side of things, we relied on the thousands of Ring cameras in town on people's houses. We welcome them. They aided in many investigations over the years. We have never subscribed with Flock. We do not have Flock. We do have cameras downtown. We have cameras at the beach. It's our information. The issue with Flock, the reason Flock's in the hot seat is the third party selling their information, which again is what people are upset about. Totally understandable, and don't blame them. They're taking demographics and dynamics of vehicles. They can tell you if there is a Flock in front of the town hall, how many people, what size the people are, how many go by every hour, the total breakdown of all the people, and they sell it to third party marketing agencies, which is the issue, because it's unbeknownst to the people that are subscribed. You sign an agreement, and then in fact, you don't know all this data is being shared. The camera system we have, we can get any information off these cameras. It's ours. We own the cameras. We do not subscribe to anything. There's a whole protocol to download any data off the cameras through the police department that we have. That's the big difference. We don't subscribe. We own the camera system. We own the data. It does not get shared with anybody. So that's the system we have. I mean, the school alone, the school system probably has close to 200 cameras in their schools.
we paid, we got grants, 600,000.
It's all been paid.
one
It's been
round
paid.
for
But again, the data is not shared with third-party agencies. It's our data. It's the school's data. We share the camera system with the school. It's the same. You mentioned the Home Depot, the flock camera. Anyone, you could buy a flock camera at your house if you want. Just realize the data it's capturing is getting shared. I hope the data on the thousands of Ring cameras in town is not getting shared, because it's a similar situation. You subscribe to Ring, you get it on your phone or your devices. What happens with all the data? That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. But it's same with businesses and banks. The one on Route 1, you're correct. It is by Rhode Island State Police. They monitor several flock cameras in town. They have a subscription for flock cameras. They monitor the highways. They're all the way up 95. You can, they're tracking you from the second you cross the state line to, again, it aids in investigations far more than it hurts. I'm not agreeing with the third party sharing, because I think that's really crossing the line. But it's the same thing with the body cams the police officers wear now. Those aid in more investigations and benefit the police officers, even though there was pushback from the police when they first came out. The cameras do the same thing. Cameras aid, and I would say the downtown cameras have solved 95% of any hit and run accidents downtown, personal injury, serious injury, vehicle damage. They've aided in the investigations. Again, data not shared with anyone. It's not subscribed. So I could go on for hours regarding it, but there is good things regarding them. I know the flock situation, it's worldwide, right? The situation that they're sharing this data with, it's all marketing agencies. So I don't know
Flock
if it's
tried to
greed,
get
money.
into Ring. Flock tried to get into Ring and Ring said no.
Oh, okay.
So
I don't know where,
that's-
I just know your data on Ring can be, I don't know who they're sharing
For
it.
such
Maybe
a
nobody.
big company,
Yeah.
it's a clear
Yeah. So
answer.
anyway, that's kind of a breakdown.
Thank you for that.
Motion to
With that,
adjourn.
motion to adjourn from Council Aiello. Is there a second?
Discussion. So, sorry, just,
Discussion?
I believe the manager had something really quick about the 250th.
Just address that quickly. If you give me 2 minutes. Come on, Bill, take a breath.
I'll withdraw it for a minute.
Just, so the report was sent out on the balance of the 250th committee. The council, just to let you know, 75,000 was allocated by the council. The committee has raised roughly about 26,000, which brings them down to your figure about a $49,000 range, right? They have
some other events that are going on, plus this bench that was spoken about tonight. The bench, there was supposedly going to be a $3,000 shortfall. I went back to the Washington Trust, as I mentioned at the last meeting, asked them. Dennis was nice enough to say they'll make up the shortfall. So it was going to be a break even. Some of the math calculation was a little off. There's another 4,000, they needed 7,000, not for the bench, that's for the other things going on. There's a $4,000 shortfall. I do not have the heart to go back to Washington Trust and say, can you give me another 4,000? So I'm asking for a little discretion from the council. We will, at the end of the day, they're probably spending between $50,000 and $54,000 of taxpayer money. Originally, you allocated 75. They're down to say 49 plus 4 is 53,000, which probably they'll be up to at the end of the day.
So
So I'm
they're
I'm not
under
asking
budget.
for a resolution. I'm just saying if you give this, you gave it to me during one of the meetings, but I said if there's any additional money spent, I would come back to you before I authorized it.
That's what your contingency fund's for.
There's money, there's 75 in there from the contingency, right?
They're under budget. They have a commitment, a worthy commitment.
Yeah.
So they're good, right? I mean, we
You
don't
need to
need to
vote
vote or
for us?
anything on that, right?
I'm just asking for some discretion from the council.
You need a
Let me move.
consensus or?
There's no disagreement.
No, there's not. I
No,
know
well,
there's everyone.
they're under budget. The money's there, so
Nobody
Yeah.
objects.
Thumbs
Nope.
up,
we're good.
thumbs up.
Use your managerial skills. Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion made by Council Ellis, second by Council Niemeyer to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Very good. We are adjourned. Thank you.